What's going on, everybody? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Welcome to another show on the Aaron O Show. What's going on? What's going on, Kojak? I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, yeah. With these conversations, you never know how it's going. You never know how it's gonna go, Kojak. So shout out to you, bro. Daryl Long, what up? Mr. C, what's the word? MS Best, what up? Sel, what's going on, bro? Princess Kami, how you doing? De Sosa, how are you? Greetings. Is she from Switzerland? I think she's from Switzerland. I'm pretty sure it's Switzerland. Shout out to you. Shout out to Fatty. I know he's still streaming. I was listening in the background before I started here. Shout out to Fatty, man. Even though Fatty is the agent of chaos, he is. He is, no matter what anybody want to say about him, he is a huge supporter and advocate for everybody in this space. So you got to show some respect to that. He supports everybody in so many different ways. And so when I can support him, I definitely try to. So shout out to Fatty. You know, he just started his channel. Well, he started a while back ago, but he didn't actually do any content yet. So now that he's kind of ramping it up a little bit, we want to make sure that we support Fatty, even though he is the agent of chaos, but he definitely supports people as well. So, you know, show love to the people that show love to you. So shout out to them. Shout out to everybody at the Black House, Chaz, Lou, Jay Prince, all of them. What up? But it's time to get to the show. Now, I ain't got one of those fancy little starter things that Cheeky Banner and Jay Prince and Fatty have where it says show is starting soon. So I'll get straight to the show. I ain't got time to wait 15 minutes. Boom, boom. We get straight to it. Spence, what up, bro? Gore, what up? Love C, what's going on, Love C? Stephen Hart, what's going on, fam? I'm forever. What up? So we're gonna have a conversation today. Sugar Bun says we like that. Hey, Sugar Bun, I ain't saying it ain't cool. I'm not saying it ain't cool. I'm just not as good as them with this technical stuff. Okay. So everybody does what they do best. Peace, Joy. What's going on, Peace, Joy? What's going on? What's going on? What is today? Saturday, March 4th. Saturday, March 4th here on the West Coast. The most hated and beloved coast at the same time. The most hated and loved coast. It was actually raining a little bit earlier, so it kind of stopped down. So I didn't want all that rain in my background. So that's a good look. I don't like rain that much unless it's at 1 a.m. to about 5 a.m., roughly when I wake up. So that's preferred. We also prefer warm weather. Warm weather. We don't like cold weather. We're pretty much spoiled San Franciscans, pretty much. Cece, what's going on? So anything you left me at Podcast Live? my bad. You know, shout out to podcast. My Reed, what's going on? Rain is the new excuse. What you mean it's an excuse? Excuse for what? I just said I don't like the rain. Unless it's 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Ain't really no excuse. I bet you don't be standing outside in the rain with your little pink little boots on, running in the rain, splashing in puddles. Bet that's not you. I hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's in good spirits. I know a lot of times we put on this face where we pretend like everything's okay for the sake of pretending like everything's okay, but sometimes you just got to be honest with yourself. Sometimes we're going through some things. So remember to be kind to people because you don't know what everybody's going through, especially when you're dealing with these YouTube spaces and this internet. And everybody thinks they know everything, but we know little to nothing. And remember, the goal is always to have the conversation, to push the conversation. And that's always what it is. So that's what I'm going to continue to do. It's not going to always be a light conversation. It's going to be contentious, but that's okay. It's going to be contentious, but that's okay. I don't shy away from uncomfortable conversations. I don't shy away from uncertainty. You just dive in the fire. People that watch on the sidelines, and they often let fear prevent them. So it's true. They often do not get burned, because when you're afraid to touch the fire, jump in the fire, you won't get burned. Nobody won't overly ridicule you. You might not make any mistakes. People might not try to destroy you, especially online. But also that fear causes you to be frozen. Ironic, right? Fear can cause you to be frozen. So being afraid to jump into the fire can cause a frozen body, a frozen mind. So show after show, time after time, I will continue to push the conversation. I will continue to, unfortunately, throw myself to the wolves. It's unfortunate, but I've always done it since I was younger. I've always been that person, like, yeah, let's do it. Why not? You know, the ones were like, don't say that. I'm like, man, say it. I was the guy. And yeah, it's dangerous sometimes. It's dangerous sometimes, but there's value in it as well. Everybody has to learn from somebody. You know what I'm saying? So if I have to be the one to go through that fire for y'all, I will do it. Sometimes reluctantly so, but I'll do it. I'll do it. Sometimes it must be done. In today's conversation, it derives from the previous conversation that we had. You know, there's a lot of contention around politics, around systemic racism, things of that nature, and a lot of lies. What's going on, Ayana? And a lot of lies, a lot of misplaced anger. Often people don't want to admit the truth. What's going on, E? Shout out to my guy, E. People don't want to admit the truth. People don't want to admit to their biases. People don't want to admit to deep down inside, they know the truth. And I'm not someone that runs from it. I'm not someone that's going to be like, no, we can't say that. I'm not actually someone that's really on code. I don't really know how to do the code thing. I know how to be quiet. I know how to remain neutral. Although realistically, there's no such thing as neutrality. In the end, you can always be forced to pick a side, pick a position. You can be. That's just true. You can destroy both bridges. You can decide to walk on one bridge, but the key thing is to try to be fair. The key thing with me is, like, we all have biases, right? I hope that some of these shows that I've done, some of these shows that I've constructed, some of these roles that I've had to play, these angles that I've had to take, that even though you don't have to be online getting excoriated for this, you do also know that you have biases. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know you have biases. You know you don't challenge them enough. And sometimes you need somebody like me to force you to challenge them. You need me to say the uncomfortable truths. And I actually had one video I was looking at, and I just randomly came across another video that kind of ties into this conversation. And I have a lot of thoughts about it. And I have a huge Asian population where I'm at. A community, call it whatever you want to call it. It's huge. Okay. Bay Area specifically, San Jose, all over the Bay, it's a huge Asian population. And not even bigger if you do percentages, right? New York has a big Asian population as well. There are a few other places. So depending on where you're geographically located in the United States, your experiences with Asian people it will be different from mine, and mine will be different from yours. But keep in mind that you do have an opinion about them. You do have a bias about them. You do have an experience in general. I ask that you allow your mind to explore your own biases. That little thing that clench on your throat for you, be like, but no, but all the but. Realize you're going to do that a lot during this stream. Because what's going to be said is stuff that people are going to probably disagree with. Probably not going to want to acknowledge it. Probably not going to want to admit it. But you're going to have to. We'll pull out the truth. The truth will be spoken. You will be allowed to retort. You will be allowed to think differently. You'll be allowed to challenge things. But we got to have a truthful conversation. Don't hide behind lies. Don't hide behind your experiences of emotions and things that never actually happened to you. Let's talk the truth. So we're going to start with, because I'm going to jump right into it. I'm going to jump right into it, okay? I'm not going to hold y'all up. I'm not going to be playing around. We're going to jump right into the video, and we're going to jump into the breakdown. We're going to jump into the conversation. And if we have time, I'll even play the second video. It's not as long, but I do want to highlight it because it randomly came across my feed. And I said, interesting. So, well, just for me to know, can y'all all put the city that you guys are in or the state that you're in, so I kind of get an understanding of where everybody is located. So it'll give me some understanding of what the likelihood of your experiences are. Although they're not definitive, because some of you are military people, some of you travel a lot. I just want to get a baseline of where people are around in the country, right? You know, that's the most amazing thing, man. The reach for the internet is so crazy. You know, like I seen all the places they weren't even repetitive for a while. It's very wide range, very large reach there. So I can tell that they're going to be different experiences. And some of you are those college graduates, those PhDs. So on college campuses, you'll experience certain things too. We got I know a lot of people in this space, also those what do we call it? Those HBCU grads. Yeah, they in here too. Those PWIs, all that good stuff. Yeah, they in here. So we're gonna play this first video, and you're gonna remember this guy because I saw a couple of his videos. I was like, this is interesting. And I think whatever he went on in the video, I don't know if it touched on my city, but it might have. So it made me more inclined to actually have the conversation and see just how honest and truthful and forthcoming people actually are. After what is said in this video and what I might have to say in response, it will cause some contention. That's just natural. So without further ado, we're going to jump right into it. We ain't going to even mess around with the mess around.
Hi, guys.
Y'all remember him from last time, right? When he took an offensive position to defend, to highlight the hypocrisies that exist and how which people deal with white people. Well, he's also decided to tackle another conversation. And I can't speak for him. He can speak for himself. He wearing them glasses with the hat on there. So he probably played baseball or something. He looks like an athlete, maybe MMA or something like that. So don't mess with him. He clearly looks like somebody that should not be messed with. Okay, he's clearly not hiding in his basement shooting these videos. So don't mess with him. He's very, very intimidating, as you guys can tell. You ain't no good, Kojak. You ain't no good. Hey, Kojak, if you don't see the birth certificate, how do we know, bro? How will we ever know?
I'm here to talk about the rampant anti-Asian racism I'm seeing from the Black community. I started this YouTube channel a year ago to bring light to this specific issue. If you're here because of my last video, I have one thing to ask of you. Please like and watch the video in its entirety. That will broaden the video's reach. At the end of this video, I make a public demand. So I already know what some of you are going to say. This is causing racial division. We need solidarity. Not all Black people are doing this. Why are you generalizing? White people are racist against Asians too. Why aren't you talking about that? What about the anti-Blackness in the Asian community? It's the media that's making it seem like Black people are harming Asians more. Yeah, this video is meant for you to hopefully serve as a cold dose of reality. If you count yourself to be an open-minded person, I ask you to listen to what I have to say before jumping on to the comment section. The precise reason why I want to talk about this is because
now you know they're gonna jump into the comment section from the jump. If you know anything about Black people, you know when they hit the video, if any comment pop up, they watching that immediately, brother. So take off the glasses, okay? Do not have no expectation for anybody on the internet to not go in the comment section. Come on now. You know better than that. He knows better than that. Does he remind you, like, where's Waldo? Never mind. Before I get in trouble. Nope, I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it.
because we live in a society where we Asian people can feel free to talk day and night about how white people are racist against us, but are immediately silenced when we try to talk about the anti-Asianness in the Black community.
And while I was walking down the street from my high school to Walgreens, I was walking with three of my friends from both China and Taiwan, crossing the crosswalk. There is a car just rushed through us, driven by an African American, shouting that go back to your home, like go back from where you are from. We're not hurt, it's just shocked and scared of our safety. And this white lady kindly asked, can I call the police? Can I do anything for you? We were like, it's okay. Thank you very much for your care. The point I'm making here is that we should not distinguish people by their race or gender or anything. Black people can be racist. White people, sorry. Oh no. I will make it. I will drag this
Hmm? Well. What do we have here? Go back to your country. We don't want you here. She said something I said a long time ago. If y'all go back on Fight Club, I did a particular stream where it says Black people can be racist. Yes, I did a stream about that. Yes, I did. And a lot of people want to fight against that. But the proof's going to be in the pudding today. Oh, the proof's going to be in the pudding today. Why was that Black girl, you see her right there, a Black woman, whatever you want to call her, she had her sign up and everything. Why? Because she saw something and said, hey, I want to participate. She had no idea what that young lady was going to say. She had not the slightest clue what that young Asian woman was going to say. But when she heard Black people can be racist, she said, oh, no, not my people. Oh, no, not my people. Let me stop her in the middle of her explaining what she's going through. Because you know how to normally say, let me tell my truth. Go ahead, girl, tell your truth. She can't have that truth getting spread out. Oh, no. Why are you holding that sign? She holding that sign. It's too late. I'm sorry. And what did she do? She stopped her mid-sentence. There's a Black guy that was standing right next to her. He didn't move. Because you know why? Black men are honest. Okay? We ain't up on brother code enough. It's not built in us the same way, okay? Because we stand on certain things and we're willing to stand in the fire alone. Well, see, this young Black woman said, no, you can't say this with the cameras rolling that my people's is racist. No, you can't say that. Not with me standing here with this sign supporting you. All right, let me try to calm you down. Let me just be like, I'm so sorry. I had no idea Black people could do such things. She had no idea black people could do such things. Let her finish. Let her tell her truth. Oh, but you don't want to hear it, right? Why not? Why don't you want to hear the truth? Because it makes you uncomfortable. It makes you uncomfortable to hear about how you used to say, as a matter of fact, do I have any it's too early in this stream, so I know they're not in here now, but any people that are actually from Africa, you know what they used to tell you when they growing up? What do black people tell them? Go back to your country. African booty scratcher. Oh, yes. Oh, they've been spewing. If you listen to an African immigrant talk about their experience with black people and how they were treated, oh, I know. Can't talk about that because black people aren't racist. They can't be racist. Well, we're going to find out if you feel that strongly towards the end of this stream. We're going to find out if you still feel that strongly that black people can't be racist. Oh, we're going to find out. Oh, yes. According to this Asian woman, she says black people can be racist. Now, my opinion is this. Oh, don't worry, CC. I'll break it down. Just be patient. My opinion is this. She felt the way she felt. I just want to hear the truth be told. I wonder what y'all going to admit about y'all experience when it comes to the Asian community. Oh, because I got a few things I'm going to say, but I wanted to hear the young lady finish her truth. I did, but I don't think that black woman going to let her say her truth. So we just go, y'all know how they do. So let's just move on. She's not about to get to say her truth. You guys know how this go. So let's just act like it never happened. Act like they ain't racist or nothing like that.
Let's start by saying I have very much a problem when a person of any race, white, black, Latino, or otherwise, commit hate crimes against Asian people. It makes my blood boil. And let's also start off by saying that when a black person harms an Asian person, that doesn't mean that all black people are certainly responsible for that. Just as in the same vein, when a white person harms an Asian person, that doesn't mean that all white people are responsible for it. I think I need to say this because our world is going crazy. You are only personally responsible for things that are within your control. You're only responsible for your own acts, nothing else. But then we can't just say black people harming Asians are the actions of the few and then end the conversation there. Because of the sheer magnitude of the problem, the near daily attacks, black people cussing Asian people out, punching and spitting and kicking Asian people and killing Asian people, there are dozens to hundreds of these cases every month. Especially in the city of San Francisco, this is happening every day. And if you're saying hundreds, you're exaggerating. This is why I need to make this video. People are not realizing the magnitude of what's going on because the national news media is not broadcasting this fact as incessantly as one might expect if there were hundreds of videos each month of black people getting punched, spat on, and kicked. Only the rare exceptionally grotesque cases makes it onto the national news. At the height of the pandemic, they shined a quick and passing light on a number of these videos only because within that concentrated period of time, it became too obvious that this was happening and they could not afford to ignore it without losing the public's trust.
He's not lying. He's talking about my city. Now, let's just tell the truth. Let's just tell the truth, because I let's just be honest. You ever met a black person that's scared of an Asian person? Let's just be honest. You ever seen a group of black people see a group of Asian people and be like nervous, worried, scared? Nope, never seen it. Now, that does not mean Asian people cannot be in gangs. Does not mean Asian people cannot commit violence. What I'm telling you is this. Black people ain't never been scared of no Asian people, ever. But I will tell you this, and I'll see if you guys want to be honest. You guys have seen Asian people be terrified of black people, whether it's the black woman or whether it's the black men. When black men walking down the street, yeah, they nervous as hell because they're scared. Now, I'm not saying it's not a bias, but they have a natural fear of them, right? In the sense of they know that they don't want those problems, right? Y'all never walk past any Asian people like, oh man, I hope they don't bother me, because they don't bother y'all. They don't. Y'all don't have no actual stories of Asian people bothering y'all, causing harm to y'all. But I can tell you in the city of San Francisco specifically, huge crime. Huge crime. Very violent towards Asians. Beat them, rob them. sometimes fatal. Not necessarily the inverse. Just don't happen. They keep to themselves. They don't want to be bothered. But the majority of black people that live in San Francisco, the majority of them live in poor communities. There's no like, you know how they have DC or whatever to play. There's some places where there's affluent black communities does not exist anywhere in San Francisco. The majority of blacks here are definitely poor, low class, etc. And a lot of them are in the gangs. A lot of them are in the turfs, etc. Very much commit crimes, very much break in their cars, steal from them, snatch their cell phones on the BART train, stand by the door, wait for them to be lacking, snatch their phone and run. Women do it at an excessive rate, right? It's calmed down since things have happened and we've gone through the last few years, but it is rampant. It's rampant. He's not making this up. Nowhere where y'all walk at, none of y'all black people in this chat right now have ever walked and was like, oh man, look at that group of Asian people. I'm nervous. You shrugged it off like, just the truth. You may not like that they admit in their experience, but it's their right to do so. And you're not really going to contort that. See, I knew they was going to talk. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Oh, yes. In my city, we got Asian gangs. I know, I've acknowledged we have Asian gangs in California too. Very aware of that. Very aware of that. Who they beefing with, though? Who they beefing with? Most people are beefing with their own people. And I'm not saying you can't get in the crosshairs, but you talking about specifically the gangs. I'm talking about people that ain't even in gang pick on Asian people. I see, but I expect you guys to fight it. I expect you not to admit that you pick on them. Not you specifically, but blacks pick on Asian people. Y'all know they do. And y'all not going to want to admit it because then you have to acknowledge that you're bullies. You have to acknowledge it. But I don't expect you to admit it, but you will. You will have to.
But this is happening to this day. And your average anti-Asian hate crime makes it all the way up to local news. And the scattered and dispersed nature of reporting on what is happening means this problem is not rising to the public's consciousness. If you want to see the true scale of what's been going on, I recommend you watch my very first YouTube video I made a year ago. I listed out the Black on Asian hate crimes that happened within the span of a month. It's one after another happening day after day. And bear in mind, these are only cases that A, is reported to the police, and B, that the news media picked up on. It's a small subset of a subset. In reality, there is a bigger undercurrent of this rampant anti-Asianness that we're talking about. Just within my own circle, I know multiple cases of this happening. They didn't report it to the police and it wasn't picked up by the news. How many more cases like this are out there? And at what point, after hundreds of these videos, do these cases no longer constitute isolated incidents? So then here's the most important conversation. If this is happening, what do we do about it? As I've said, this doesn't mean that all Black people are doing this or that all Black people are anti-Asian. But no matter how many times I say that, I found people still go like, oh, why are you generalizing? It's such a disingenuous attempt to deflect from having a conversation about this. And the conversation should go like this. We can all agree that when a Black person commits an anti-Asian act or an Asian person commits an anti-Black act, that doesn't mean that the entire communities are responsible for their actions. But to the extent that we're having group level conversations, for example, about the anti-Blackness within the Asian community, so too do we need to have group level conversations about the anti-Asianness in the Black community. And the reason why this continues to happen is because we're not doing that. If you're saying, oh yeah, we already do, no, we don't. Conversations in private circles do not count. I'm talking about public discussions. I've kept up with these conversations. I've seen our Asian community so-called leaders have conversations with Black community leaders on TV about race relations and talk over and over again about the anti-Blackness within the Asian community. And not a single sentence on the anti-Asianness in the Black community. Amazingly, I've seen mainstream news channels do special segments about Stop Asian Hate and mention within these segments the anti-Blackness within the Asian community without saying one word about the anti-Asianness in the Black community.
Let's talk about that. Is there anti-Asianness in the Black community? Does it exist? Or do Black people think, oh, well, we don't like them because they don't like us. They started it. They against us, so we against them. They pick on us, we pick on them, right? Is that what it is? I actually had somebody in my family tell me this, right? And it's a very ignorant statement, but it's how they truly, truly felt. You know what they told me? Let me tell you what they told me. Now, mind you, there's a Chinatown in San Francisco. There's a huge population, et cetera, right? There's markets. You guys know about farmers markets, things like that, right? Asian people tend to attend places like that. Not just them, but they tend to, right? And they buy things, they reduce prices, they get deals, et cetera, right? This is what they said. Asian people stink. They smell like fish. They stink. And I said, no, they don't. What is you talking about? I said, and then I said, not all of them. And you know what they looked me? They looked me dead in the eye and they said, all of them. They all smell like that. I said, whoa. And they meant that. They genuinely meant that. And you know what? And you know how I know they meant it? Because one, I actually know them. I'm related to them. But it got me really thinking. I said, wow. Because I got Asian friends, right? I'm really close with a good amount of Asian people. And they smell actually really good. They take a lot of showers. They smell good. They look good. And I was thinking to myself, well, why do you think they smell like fish? Why do you think they stink? Why do you think all of them do? And I said, you know why? Because I think a lot. And I said, why do they think that? What the hell's going on? I'm freaking now got me over here thinking like, am I smelling off? Do I got a bad sense of smell and they just walking around? They only had an experience with Asian people at the market. They had no friends that were Asian. They never been at an Asian person's house. So their experience was how they smelled when they bumped into them at the market. And it would smell like fish and things like that because they were buying things. And that was their only interaction. That was their only interaction. And I was like, wow, I'm not shocked because a lot of people don't have a lot of interactions with people outside of their own community, just sometimes at work. But even then, that sometimes is limited, sometimes in school, but that's limited because we segregate ourselves everywhere. See, America's done a phenomenal job at convincing y'all that we're a melting pot, but we are some of the most segregated people in all of the world. Most people grow up, probably 90% of the people that look like them around them are in their neighborhoods. That's very common for you to grow up around people that look like you and for you to have limited exposure, right? But I was just like, wow, they really believe that. Like, even if all the people you bump into smell like that, your intelligence should be good enough to go, I don't even think that's even possible. But that's what they said, right? So it's safe to say some of you guys' experience will start to cloud your judgments. Start for you to say things like, oh, no, that's not all of us. I never said all. What I said was most of you in here probably don't have one interaction negatively with an Asian person where it's caused you any physical harm, where they stole anything from you. You probably have not one negative interaction. But I know you got some cousins that definitely done robbed one of them, definitely broke their window, stole their laptop. I know you guys know some people. I know you do. But y'all gonna act like they're the ones with the anti-blackness views, right? You think it's them. Mm-hmm. Okay.
On the segment that's supposed to be about our issues, our Asian leaders having conversations, doing public speeches, and on social media call out the anti-blackness within our own, which is the right thing to do, but they stay silent as hundreds of videos emerge of Black people brutalizing Asians. I've been to Stop Asian Hate rallies and have seen again our so-called leaders denounce on stage the anti-blackness within our community and talk about how white supremacy is dividing us all, and not a single word on the anti-Asianness within the Black community. And in those same rallies, I've seen Black activists, which thank you from the bottom of my heart for showing up. but I've seen them come up on stage and talk about anti Asian hate without mentioning how there's a real anti Asianness problem in the Black community. In fact, I have not heard a single Black activist, community leader, politician, media personality with a platform publicly mention a sentence about the rampant anti Asianness within the Black community, much less have a long and sustained conversation about it, with the only exception of Sean King. I've seen Asian people be demonized for talking about anti Asianness in the Black community on social media and in real life, while when Black people talk about the anti Blackness within the Asian community, everyone nods along as a matter of course. And if you're wondering why all of that is going on, because it wouldn't seem to make sense, right? Why this disparate treatment? The mainstream narrative is that even if it's not a white person harming Asians, it's still white supremacy, because white supremacy pits communities of color against one another. And so even if Black people harm Asians, white supremacy is to blame.
Even if Black people harm Asians, white supremacy is to blame. I bet that works really, really well. You know, me and Cheeky talk about this all the time, where all these men are saying women don't know what they want and yada, 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 right? Because as long as they can convince people to believe this stuff, as long as they can convince men, oh, we can't cheat like they cheat, we can't do the things that they do, and maybe they can't, maybe they can, who knows? You can never have no responsibility. How can you? How can you have responsibility if you fall for this type of stuff? They can't be accountable. Doesn't even make sense. It's white supremacy's problem. It's their fault. It's their systemic racism. It's their systemic rules that put us in a situation. They put us in these ghettos to make us act like monsters. They've done this. They've demonized us. They control the media. They're the reasons why we act the way we act, because they done this to us. It ain't fair. It ain't right. You know, the saddest part, but the truthful thing is, even when Black people were demonized way back in the 30s and 40s, they were still scared to hit a white person. They was terrified. I ain't gonna hit no white man. We's freeze, but don't be respectful. Still, now all of a sudden, we was living in ghettos back then too, but now all of a sudden, Black people have an excessive amount of violence in them. They actually produce an excessive amount of violence. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, this is definitely going to stir something up for y'all. I can tell. Because instead of y'all saying, yeah, that's messed up, that's what they're going through, it's wrong. Well, I already know what you're going to do. I know what you're going to do. But just remember, at some of the most violent times, when water hoses were getting sprayed on you, demonizing the media and the newspaper, Black people were not that violent. They weren't. So you can't convince me that all of a sudden now, because they're in the ghettos now, but it was always in the ghettos, that this is where all this violence comes from. Oh, when y'all say, oh no, white people scared that we gonna do to them what they did to us. We're not doing that. Black people are the most compassionate people ever. We're the most forgiving people ever. We also love to tell one-sided stories. I know y'all don't want me to say it, but I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it.
And then we're told we can't have a conversation about anti-Asianness in the Black community because it's divisive, and we need solidarity and unite against white supremacy. Well, then doesn't that same logic flow to the anti-Blackness in the Asian community? If supposedly white supremacy is at fault when Asian people harm Black people because it pits communities of color against one another, isn't talking about anti-Blackness in the Asian community also problematic for that same reason, because it's divisive and we need solidarity, unite against white supremacy, all of that? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. But I'll give you another explanation that I think more accurately describes what's going on here. What's actually going on here is that the Black community has greater political power than the Asian community within the political aisle that purports to represent all of us, the progressive left. With this disparity in political power and influence, we're seeing a situation where anti-Blackness in the Asian community is being publicly discussed, but not the anti-Asianness in the Black community. And this, is the reason why I feel the need to speak up against the wokeism ideology that has taken over the progressive left, because that is the thing that is underlying all of this. Because according to the ideology, there are two categories of people: the oppressor and the oppressed. with all the dimensions with which you could form discrete categories of people: race, gender, sexuality, so on and so forth. And within the category of the oppressed, there's rankings of the groups by how oppressed they are. And according to the dictates of this belief system, you can say whatever you want about the oppressor group, but you cannot say anything critical about groups that are higher up in the ladder of oppression, while you can say critical things about the groups lower in the ladder. And so
Boy, it's cooking. Boy, it's cooking. Black people have higher political power with the, what do you say, far left political democratic views that left this group, right? He's right about that too. He's absolutely right about that, and you can't take that from him. And see, the problem with this thing is this: Black people are afraid. Oh yeah, this is gonna piss you off, but I don't care. You can try to rip my skin off, but it won't work. Black people are afraid that they will no longer be the image of oppression. That is their role. How dare anybody else try to take this oppression from us? Y'all can't get oppressed. Y'all can't be hated against. It's just us. That's for us only. Until you take care of us, I don't want to hear you taking care of nobody else. What Gore say? I might be missing something. Who disagrees with this? Read the chat. I also work with and have Asian friends. We all have these conversations and debate often. Oh, read the chat, Gore. You're going to see a lot of disagreement, but you're going to see it disguised. And I'm going to highlight it. See, there's the thing about me. People disguise in their language of what they're saying. But the truth gets revealed. Truth gets revealed. And this is what pisses people off, right? I'll hold that. Let me get through this video. I'll hold that. But I'm going to break it down. Groups of oppression groups, there's layers of it. This oppressed group at the top can't talk about the oppressed group that's second place, third place. It has to go from the top bottom down. So if you the second most oppressed group, the people at the top can't say nothing about you, but you can talk about everybody that's below you or around you. He's not lying. I'm going to explain this like a lot of you who already know. These political parties, I don't care which way you want to lean, do whatever you want. But there's a particular group that is steadfast to the position of keeping you in a victim mentality. That's what they do. We'll help you. We got your back. Vote for us. Y'all know who they are. I ain't got to say it. You know which people keep lying to you. You know which people keep putting y'all in this victim mentality. Oh, white cop shoots unarmed black man. Instead of saying cop shoots unarmed man. Sensationalization, right? Because what does that do? It infuriates people when they see somebody, especially this group that's been through so much in this country. We see somebody that look like us, it hurts. Seeing all the history and imagery of what we went through, it hurts to keep seeing it happen, and we are powerless to do nothing. That's the theory. That's the theory, but you know what actually happened? We're not powerless to do nothing. I'm going to tell you exactly what we end up doing.
So what this ideology does is it accords groups highest up in the oppression ladder the power to dominate social and political discussions as it pertains to these group categories. That is the whole thing behind what so many people believe nowadays, that you cannot be racist to white people because they're in the oppressor group, and that black people cannot be racist because they don't have the power to be racist because they're the highest up in the ladder of the oppressed category. And all the things that I've said earlier about how anti-blackness in the Asian community is discussed in the public sphere, but not the anti-Asianness in the black community, that is a manifestation of this belief system. Some people are under the belief that we can't talk about anti-Asianness in the black community because they're the most oppressed, and will silence you by saying that talking about it is divisive. But they don't say it's divisive to talk about the anti-blackness within our community. And in effect, this gives the black community the power to escape accountability because they have a support system of people of all races who believe that to hold the black community accountable is to perpetuate the oppression of the group highest up on the oppression ladder, and they will attack and vilify anyone who dares to speak about it. As it stands, we Asian people are free to talk about the racism we experience from white people all day long, no social repercussions. But we cannot talk about the racism we experience from black people without being canceled.
Black people can be racist. White people, sorry. Oh no.
Society tells us that we cannot talk about it. Then what that means is that you don't care about the racism we endure unless it fits your worldview and your agenda. So you don't care about anti-Asian racism, you just want to use us as a political pawn. And the same people that adhere to these views, many of them our own people, attempt to put blindfolds over themselves and others in order to explain facts that contradict their belief system. They see hundreds upon hundreds of these videos that have emerged last year, and they say it's the anti-Black media that is making it seem like Black people are brutalizing Asians.
The anti-Black media, right? It's like they're paying these Black people to do these crimes, right? Oh, no, we don't control the media. Well, that's you in the video, ain't it? Well, yeah, that is. And that's more Black people in that video, right? Well, yeah, that is. And that's you. That's more your. Yeah, that's a whole lot of Black people in these videos. It's a whole lot. And you know what Black people gonna say? Well, we do violent crimes. They do the white collar crimes. Well, it's still you in the video. It's you. Show people. Y'all ain't showing the other videos of them doing it to y'all. Y'all ain't got those videos? Oh, we don't control the media. Man, Black people tell on themselves all day on Instagram and Facebook, all the music in the world. I can't wait till I hear a rap song. Yeah, I got beat up by this Asian guy. I ain't heard it yet. Nope. But you know what you hear in the rap music? Hey, slide. Rob this Asian guy, rob this white guy, all these things. But I don't know. Maybe it's the Black media, the anti-Black media, etc., demonizing Black people and putting these images up there of them not actually doing these crimes. Not like y'all actually see this stuff. But I know you don't want to deal with the fact that this is what your people are capable of. And they're capable of much more. I know. Yeah, y'all, I know. Act like it don't exist. I know.
When it's white people doing it more. I'm sorry, but oh my God, am I exhausted with this conspiracy theory BS. Really? The media? The same mainstream media that espouse progressive views all day long, with the one exception of Fox News? The MSNBC show that has repeatedly had on people that talk about white people having a violent character? Or is it CNN, who will run breaking news segments when a sensational story about a white person inflicting violence on a person of color comes along, but tweets that a car killed 6 people when a Black man who professes hate for white people on social media rammed through 6 white people during a Christmas parade? Is it the mainstream media that is making it artificially seem like Black people are disproportionately harming Asians? Or is it the case that people are pointing to the less than usual instances where the media is actually showing what's happening on the ground and then saying it's anti-Black to show it? The kind of reaction and public backlash, which is the very reason why the media tends not to do this in the first place. And let me ask you a few more questions. If it was actually the case that hundreds of these videos are not representative of reality, that white people are doing it more, and that there are thousands of videos of white people brutalizing Asians that the anti-Black media is surreptitiously hiding for the public, wouldn't we have noticed by now? If there were actually thousands of videos of white people brutalizing Asian people, isn't it far more likely that the media will be broadcasting it day after day, talking about this emergency, how white supremacy is endangering Asian Americans, since that has been their talking point all throughout?
It's a good point. Wouldn't there be thousands of videos? But no, guess what, Mr. Asian man? Let me tell you a secret about the Black community. They actually say these things to make their point. Well, Asians are considered white. Yeah, they considered white. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hispanics, they're considered white. They will do everything in their power to run away from accountability. Everything. You can't say it's a mistake. Can't say you misspoke because your actions say you punched somebody. Your actions say you robbed somebody. Your actions say you went to jail for this. Like, most of the time, they don't even report the crime because they don't know who did it. Y'all got the ski masks on. Y'all know what they be doing. But like I said, everybody's white now, right? Just to prove a Black person, everybody's white. Look at the ballot. But now, all of a sudden, y'all can segregate and say Asians now. Watch how people pick and choose of how they want to decipher race by race. They supposedly everybody. Hispanics are white, Asians are white, only blacks are blacks. And it's blacks versus everybody. Because they are part of them. But when they want to separate it to make a point, they'll say, oh, but white people are doing this to the Asians that supposed to be white, but they're not white. I hate to tell you, but I don't fall for those silly rabbit tricks are for kids, and I can't fall for that one. No, you can't say they white and then say no, but they not white, and then nope. Not going to be able to get away with it. Not going to be able to get away with it. What's going on, Yvette? She says, I married an Asian man. Anybody go against my family, it's on. No doubt. No doubt. Listen, right is right, wrong is wrong. But we got to be consistent around the board. We got to be consistent around the board. And you know what's going to happen? They're not going to be consistent around the board. They're not going to do it. They're going to hide behind things, hide behind the media, saying, oh, that ain't a lot of us. That's only a small amount of us. Well, I hate to tell you, whenever we talk about crime, the large majority of Americans don't commit crime. However, when crime is committed, we talk about it because that smaller, if any innocent person in prison is wrongly convicted and sentenced to an electric chair and he dies or she dies, one is more than enough. One is more than enough for you to be like, yo, I don't want that to be my son. I don't want that to be my mom, my dad. It's wrong. They're innocent, right? So it's no different. Right is right, wrong is wrong. It doesn't matter if it's 10 black people that did something, whether it's 20 black people that did something, wrong is wrong. If y'all want to get off, we're no longer talking about minority situations, fine, stand on that. But I'm guessing you're not going to do that when the situation better fits your narrative to complain and talk about this and this and that because of many reasons. Fair enough. I've seen people in the chat talk about, are we going to call these the Asian Olympics for complaining? Actually, what they're doing is not actually complaining. See, black people are the ones complaining. And I'm going to finish this video and I'm going to break down to you exactly how they the ones complaining. He's just talking about the experience. He ain't complaining. There's a difference.
And if there were to be, hypothetically, hundreds of videos of Asian people beating, spitting, and kicking black people, will we not be hearing relentlessly in our public discourse how the Asian community needs to address the anti-blackness within? Wouldn't the black community rightfully be demanding that of us? So why aren't we? We need to start standing up for ourselves. Look, I don't need to say much more. If you're interested, you can watch the full 2-hour video I uploaded a year earlier. Just want to reiterate yet again, if you're a black person who is out there living their life and have done nothing to harm Asian folks, you are not responsible.
Make your demand, sir.
Nobody's
entitled
to demand anything of you just because other black people are committing anti-Asian acts. And I just want to send a clear message to Asian folks that just because this is happening to us doesn't then give us license to respond back with hate to those black people who are not doing this to us. Having said all this, the calculus is different for black communities, political and thought leaders and organizations who are engaging in public race relations discourse in an inequitable manner. So I would like to make the public demand the same demand I made a year ago in my original video. I demand that leaders of the black community whose only comments about the rampant anti-Asian violence amounted to it's because of white supremacy to publicly state that anti-Asianness within the black community is a serious problem. And I demand that they lay out a plan, steps to take to curtail the black on Asian racial violence that has pervaded our society without anyone saying anything. If we as a society are having ongoing public conversations about anti-blackness within our community, so too should we expect ongoing public conversations about the anti-Asianness within the black community. Thank you for watching. Wish me.
Well, that was a phenomenal breakdown. And he's highlighting. He wasn't actually complaining. Let me explain to you why he's not complaining. I'll explain to you why he's not complaining. Korean rooftop gunmen going to return with full force. Well, Patrice Jean-Baptiste, I don't know, brother. I don't know. But I'll say this. He was highlighting things, right, that were occurring, right? Fair enough, right? But let me tell you why he's not complaining and how black people are the biggest complainers in the history of the world. See, I don't think black people hate their own skin because it's black. You know how when people say, yo, mama black, and it's really a play on the fact that, you know, stop acting this way towards your own people, you know, because you black, right? This is the truth. Black people hate being losers, and they're the number one losers all across the world. This is why they're upset. They the number one losers all across the world. And I know you don't like me saying that. Oh, I know I'm Uncle Tom, I'm a Sambo, all this stuff, but highlighting the truth. That's how y'all feel. And the ones that have some success, the ones that's done well, they like, well, not me. I mean, but I know what my people go through, but I ain't no victim. I don't think like that. But the truth of the matter is very much this. Black people believe they're losers. It's why when we watching the People Let's Talk, you got the woman going on there when they talking about female responsibility. She goes, well, are white men the most dominant and most desired because they dominated the whole world? That wasn't the question. But she can deflect and say that because she's intentionally doing that to try to incite some anger and frustration out of black men. Even though she knows there's a 6'5" black man that can stuff a mud hole in a white man and there's no actual superiority physically, right? But that was her goal. That was her intentions. Black people are the biggest losers all across the spectrum, all across the world, right? And that pissed y'all off. You know why it pissed y'all off? Because you'll sit there in this chat and go, he was complaining. No, he wasn't. You know why he wasn't complaining? Because his people got the Asian bill passed. And y'all was mad about that. Oh, no, I can't believe they went and gave them a bill. You know why they got a bill passed? Because y'all complain, they get stuff done. Y'all complain, y'all whine, continue to be losers, and they get stuff done. You see the difference between complaining and taking action and being effective and getting things done? He highlighted issues. And he said, this is what's going to be done. They went and got it done. Y'all won. Why they passed it? Go look at my comment section. I don't know if it was the last video, but somebody said, and the white people, they're going to be Asian Olympics. So they complain and they got a hate bill. Well, don't you want something passed for yourself? You're just mad because you can't get nothing passed. And you want to take it out on the people that got it passed and are more effective. It's wrong. But I'm not shocked. You know why? I'm not shocked. Let me tell you exactly why I'm not shocked. Why black people are the biggest haters in America. Because losers hate the most, right? When you losing, all the hate is strong. The hate is real. Now, I know this bothers y'all, but y'all admit that y'all losers. I hear black women say this, and black men at the bottom down there all the time. And then black men go, white black women at the bottom. So don't take it out on me for acknowledging what you guys have stated and highlighting the truth. You guys are frustrated that you can't get a bill passed. You guys mad, oh, Asian people didn't get a bill passed. The truth of the matter is this. Should I say this? Oh, I'm going to say it. I am going to say it, but I'm going to play the other video I came across so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. So you know I'm just not making this up. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm going to play the other video. It's much shorter. It's only a couple minutes, so it's very much shorter, right? But it's very much shorter. And here, is this it? I think this is the one right here. Let me pull it up. And then I'm going to really tell y'all exactly. Oh, I'm going to tell you exactly the truth. And you're not going to like that either. You're not going to like it. Let me pull it up. Hold on. You're not going to like it, but I'm going to do it anyway. You're not going to like it, but I'm going to do it anyway.
House passes a bill to combat hate crimes against Asian Americans. Legislation passed in the House to aggressively investigate hate crimes, especially those targeting Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Representative Grace Ming, Democrat from New York, sponsor of the bill in the House, spoke about how emotionally and mentally taxing the past year has been for Asian Americans. The Asian American community is exhausted from being forced to endure the rise in bigotry and racist attacks. We almost feel like black people, said Miss Ming. Oh. Sorry, that's not what she said. This is how my black ears hear it, you know? What's going on here? We're getting treated like the blacks. You know, one of the problems I have is not that this legislation will help protect Asian Americans from hate crimes. That's not my problem. My problem is people who have no idea what the hell black people are upset about. So there's two things. I want to educate black people to the fact that, yes, hate crimes have increased. They have steadily been increasing in the Asian community. Reported hate crimes, okay? We think only like 40% of hate crimes, maybe less, even get reported. I want to educate black folks to that point that, yes, this is occurring, and yes, it's a problem. But I want to educate Asian folks and all other folks to the reality that black people do have a reason to be upset about this.
See what I'm talking about? See, you see what he said? See, black people do have a reason to be upset about this. Why? What this got to do with you? What this got to do with you? This is what was happening to them. Let me guess. You gonna play we're bigger victims. Oh, we're bigger victims though. So you're gonna play the bigger victim role. You're gonna admit it's still wrong and you believe wrong is wrong. However, we're bigger victims. We're bigger victims. So, but this is the thing for the people that don't actually even understand the whole bill. You just mad because they coined it or called it the Asian hate bill. Not that it gives any crazy special protections, but you so mad that they got it done and it embarrasses you. It embarrasses you. This is really what the problem is. Let me see here. I think I got something for Mr. Daryl Long. It says time Daryl Long out in the chat, and if he come up on the panels, I don't want to see him. So sorry, Daryl Long, you got to be timed out. Nothing personal, but they probably can't stand you. Too much simping in the chat, Daryl Long. But I have to admit to you, I have to just tell you the truth. Y'all, you agree? Do y'all agree with him? Y'all have a reason to be upset about this particular bill? Really? Do y'all? Do y'all have a reason to be upset about this particular bill? What is the reason? What's the reason you get to be upset? What's the reason? What's the reason that you guys get to be upset about a bill that they need passed for them? What's the reason? I know what y'all gonna say. We're bigger victims. We've been through more. Instead of 6 million people going away, we lost 30 million, 20 million. Wrong is wrong, remember? But if it ain't wrong benefiting y'all, y'all don't want nobody else to get it. See, this is the crabs in the barrel mentality. They shouldn't get theirs before us. Even though they is wrong, even though they is going through that, we don't like it. Well, I'm going to tell you why they absolutely right. They're absolutely right to give them a bill. I'm going to break it down very quickly. Right after this guy right here, Mr. Tim Black, from the Blackity Blacks communities, why he breaks down why you guys have a right to be upset. Go ahead and explain something differently than what I probably just said. Let me guess. Bigger Olympics, right? Go ahead, break it down.
Not because Asian Americans are getting assistance, but that the hate crimes have been a problem in the United States for quite some time. There are a lot of hate groups. Every dot you see on this screen is a hate group, an organization that hates people, okay? Now, you may notice clusters of hate polarized or centralized in certain states. You may notice down in the bottom here, in the right-hand corner, Florida. That's right, Florida has a whole lot of hate groups in Florida. The Carolinas, North and South, Georgia, same thing. Lots of hate groups. Virginia, lots of hate groups. Come back down and circle around a little bit, you'll see Texas, a lot of hate groups. Jump around to the Midwest, Michigan, lots of hate groups. California, lots of hate groups. Jump back, my bad, I forgot. Pennsylvania also has a lot of hate groups. What people fail to realize is there is a lot of hate in the United States. What I think is this. What I believe is most people don't focus on other people's situations. They don't live their experience, so they don't know what they're going through. There's been an increase of hate crimes in the Asian community. So those people who are wondering, why are black people not cheering for this? Well, first of all, some black people are cheering for this, as there are black people that support ending hate crimes in general. It's not that people are cheering on hate crimes, okay? It's that we're wondering, where's the same urgency from the power structure? Our attention, our frustration.
I get it. It's the power structure. Oh, silly me. You're upset with the power structure. Why? Isn't Asians whites? Y'all told me they was whites. So what you upset for? They should have this power, right? You shouldn't even be upset. You should be used to this, right? I don't know. And I don't know. Gore says, Aaron, not only are they losers, they are also the most racist people in the world. Respectfully. Whoa. Now, Gore, I don't know about the world. They probably the biggest losers in the world, but the most racist people in the world, I don't know. Probably in America specifically, but I don't know about the world. But hey, you entitled to your view. I can't take it away from you. So it's the power structures that's the difference, right? Power structures. Okay, fair enough.
Our bitterness should not be focused on Asian Americans. They don't run the country. They don't run Congress. They don't run the House of Representatives. They don't run any of the parties, right? Our focus needs to be aimed at who? At the power structure, at the Democratic leadership, at the Republican leadership. That's where it needs to go. Vice versa, same thing goes for Asian Americans. Or anyone else who suffers a grievance with their country needs to be directed towards their government. And that's where it should be, and that's where it's going. So Black and Asian solidarity is a thing, and people are all working towards that. Third thing I want to point out, so when people say, oh, Tim Black, I don't understand why Black people aren't so supportive, all the answers that we are supportive mostly. I'm Black and I'm supportive. Don't that count? Okay. Anyway, back to this. One of the reasons why Black people are upset about this is if you look at this grid, now this is taken from 2019. 1,930 cases of reported hate crimes were against African Americans. How many, did we get a specific bill about African Americans? Black hate? I mean, we're what? The Asian number is 158. Now, this is back in 2019, so yes, it's a couple years ago, and yes, the spike occurred during coronavirus. But what I'm saying,
let me guess. Back then, when Black people were getting this so-called hate crimes, etc., right? They was asking for a hate bill, right? They was asking for some type of law enforcement, some bills to be passed. Is that what happened? That's what you recall? Or was they asking for reparations and be able to buy more KFCs and more Rolls Royces? Which one was it? I don't remember. They said, oh, no, we need to get a bill passed. This hate is just rampant. It's not fair. I don't remember that. But I know where the hate comes from because you went through all that. That's right. More victim, right? We are more of victims than anybody else. So we should take care of the victims that's been victimized the most. Why? Why take care of the victims that have been victimized the most when you don't have a lot of benefit? The benefit is you being the most victim mindset. The benefit is you believing you're a victim, staying in the victim mindset so we can get those votes. And we ain't gonna give you nothing in return. We never gonna pass a bill for y'all. But I will tell you this, they did pass something. And I'm gonna bring it up soon. Oh, they did pass something for your Blacks at my Dave Chappelle voice for the Blacks. But fair enough. You're upset because more of your people got more hate crime than people that have a much smaller population. Shocking that they had less hate crimes with less population. Shocking, but understandable to somebody like me. Just simple math. Less people, probably less likely for things to occur. But then again, you don't like the truth. But I'm going to give you the cold hard truth. But let's get through this video of this guy expressing to why you have a right to be upset about getting protection for a group. Go ahead. Go ahead. Run the video. DJ, continue on the video, DJ.
Saying is, look at the difference. It's 10 times more Black folks getting, being victims of hate crimes than Asian folks, and still there was no action at all. No legislation, we can't even get a lynching law passed in the United States. Look at anti-Arab. Look at anti-Native American. Even look at Latino. We're still 3 times more likely than Latinos. Almost 4 times as likely as Latinos to be attacked racially. Okay? And 3 times more likely than white folks. Now, so let's just keep it straight. That's a reason, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be a reason for you if you felt that you are more likely to be the victim of something, but you have other people get the assistance?
Is that the victim hotline at the bottom of your YouTube channel? Is that where you want black people to call to place their concerns of how another group of people that needed some protection got a bill passed, and somehow you think that's a representation of you and your experiences, which ain't had nothing to do with this, except you was the ones committing all these crimes against them. Y'all was doing a lot of these crimes. There's a lot of video. We got the video just in the Bay alone. And y'all see it. This is why it's so crazy. Y'all will sit here and refute this stuff. Oh, no, they don't do it. They rob them. They steal from them. Oh, man. Oh, man. Listen. Y'all seen what happened at the freaking, what's the name of the Sally Bar, the wig stores, whatever. They be running out, stealing their hair. They don't even want to pay for their hair. They be running in those shops, snatching wigs, running up out of there. Yeah, y'all stealing, rob from them all the time. Beat them up if they get in your way. But they just making this stuff up. Because it's not fair, right? Because you have a gripe with well, I guess you said not Asian Americans, although you calling them complainers, although they're effective and they got things done. It's really y'all. You really mad at your own people. You hate your own people because they are losers. Number 1 spot for losers, and you mad at me because I said it, although y'all been telling me this for the longest. I'm just reporting what you guys express. You ain't gonna like that I'm gonna say it because y'all want people to stop ridiculing black people. Stop calling out black people. Stop talking about all the bad. Only talk about the good. Well, what good do you want us to talk about? And I'm gonna tell you, and everybody knows why we talk about the bad, right? Y'all don't want to hear about rich people all day. You know what you want to hear about? What you doing for your communities. No. Let's talk about these yachts. Let's talk about these yachts that they partying on. No, we don't care about the people at the bottom ain't doing so. Let's talk about these yachts people partying on. No, you wouldn't like that, right? You want to help the people that are in the most in need, homeless people that are disadvantaged, etc. So that's why we talk about Asian community, because they're the ones in the most disadvantaged position because they're the minorities. Yeah, you know that their population in America is less than 6% roughly, while blacks double them in population. So realistically, let me finish the video because I'm about to go off. Let me finish the video.
Who are now become victims of the same thing? Be like, what's going on? What's the problem? So I hope we see eye to eye on this. We're not here to say, hey, don't protect the Asians. By all means, protect the Asians. But have our backs. Because you haven't.
Oh, the truth sets you free. Have our backs because you haven't. How? By being 6% of the population, what you want them to do? What you want them to do? Let me tell you something. Racist black people. Yes, the racist ones. If you're not racist, you don't feel no type of way. But if you do, the shoe fits, you're gonna wear it, especially right now. Let me give you a secret. You know what blacks have effectively done when you listen to how they've impacted people that are foreigners in this country, that were not born in this country? Y'all effectively have become what you said white people have done to y'all. Y'all tell people go back to your country. We don't want you here. You stealing our jobs. We don't need you. Yeah, that's what y'all did. Y'all claim white people did that to y'all, so now y'all doing it to everybody else. And I hate to tell y'all, but I'm going to tell y'all anyway. Black people got the biggest law passed ever when they abolished slavery. Oh, yeah. Yeah, y'all don't want to talk about when they abolished slavery, huh? Y'all going to say, oh, but they didn't do it because they like us. They ain't got to do it because they like you. They ain't got to do it because they like you. You didn't like being a slave? You definitely didn't want to do that no more. So whether they like you or they don't like you, they abolished it. They passed it. Yeah, they passed it. Yeah, they put that law on the books. Yeah, get them up out there. Get them up out that slavery. Yeah. Y'all's be frees now. Because that directly benefited only blacks. You know why? Because y'all was the only ones enslaved. So when y'all talk about we ain't never, ever got, they don't never do nothing for blacks. They let you be freeze. They gave you freeze. Yes, they did. So when they go and pass this bill for Asians and Asian hate, and you get mad about that, because rightfully so, you committing a lot of violence towards them. They're the minority group now. So when minorities are in a disposition, people have to support them. This is the same way y'all keep asking for help and keep asking for support. We want our reparations. We need help. We can't fix our own problems. Then y'all get mad. It's always some Sambo guy on the internet talking bad about black people. Well, fix it. Give us so-called Sambo people nothing to talk about. We'll wait. Oh, y'all not gonna do that? Y'all gonna keep whining, keep not getting nothing passed, keep voting the same way y'all been voting, keep the same mentality, and be mad at everybody else. Yep. Of course. Let me see here. Gilded Quan. You know what? Y'all really think y'all ready for this? Okay, I got you. I ain't playing no games today. I ain't playing no games with you, Mr. Gilded Quan. Nope. No games at all. I know the blackity blacks. Oh, yes. They're very upset. Gilded Quan is one of the top of the line blackity blacks. You can hit the link, Gilded Quan. Since you said nobody supports Asian communities more than us, Mo. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. We're going to talk about that. Daryl Long says, 13th Amendment, we still slaves, simp God out. Well, let me give you a secret, Daryl Long. That's not specific to blacks. That's for whoever in prisons. So you could call it what you want. That's for whites in prisons. That's for anybody that's in prison. That's not specified for just blacks. I know you want it to be. I know you want to say, oh, that's a loophole. Everybody got to suffer that. Just because you say, oh, but it ain't fair. The judge give them legs crime. Well, then go be a judge and go do the opposite. Oh, but they won't make us judges. You got judges. You're on the district court. You're on the Supreme Court. You're all over this country. You know what you're going to call them? Sellouts. Or they don't stand for us. They don't hold us down. We get black people in office and they take our money. We get black politicians in office and they can't balance the budget. Why? Why don't y'all ever say victory? Where the wins at? Where the wins at? Where the wins at? I get it. So we're going to talk about that, Mo, because you said it. So I'm going to break it down to you because I'm tired of this BS. I ain't playing no games today. I'm going to break it down real quick. Let me remove this off the screen. One moment. Let me remove this off the screen. Black people support Asian people how? Let me tell you how you think they support them. They go to their Chinese restaurants and they spend their money there. Not because they like them, not because they value them, not because they respect them, because their own people can't get no stores in the community. Because their own people rob their own stores and shut the business down. So you got to go to the Chinese shop. You got to go get those wings. You got to go get that shrimp and fried rice. Yeah, you got to go in there. And you know, when you go in there, you think because you give them your money, you like, you should respect me. No, because you don't respect them. You just got to go in there. And then you know what happened when you go in those stores? Let me tell you what happened. Because y'all so hateful and so jealous. Let me tell you what happens. You go in there, they say something in their language, and you know what you automatically assume? They talking about me. Because you ain't got your own language. You insecure. You sad. We ain't got our own language. We can't do that. And they can do that to us. It ain't fair. That's what y'all whining about. Because they can speak their own language in their own shop, and you go to spend your money there. You think they got to respect you for you spending your money there? No, they don't have to. They give you a service. Because you too lazy to make your own damn food. Oh, yeah, you too lazy to put your own shops in your own community. Because you know why? Your own people going to rob you. And you mad because when they people have their communities, oh, they patronize their communities and they don't rob each other. Yeah, sure. We got our miscreant. We got people that commit crimes in all groups. But let's just be honest. You know, that's what the truth is. So please, Gilded Quan, tell me, how black people are the biggest supporters of Asian people. I'll wait. I'll wait. You tell me, Mr. Kwan.
Aaron,
How?
Aaron, you know good and well, black people are not walking around messing with Asian people, bro. Like this man got on the screen and made it seem like black people are the biggest threat to these Asians when we do nothing but, like you said, we patronize their businesses, we support all of their media. I would go on and argue that we support Asian communities way more than our own.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
No. Don't ask me a question. Why you trying to think of a reason? I'll give you some time to think. Why do you do?
Why do we? They're the ones that are in the community.
Exactly. Not because you want to, because you don't have the people with the ability to put their own stores, their own food shops. And that's why y'all get mad and say, no, hold on. That's why y'all get mad and say, how come we don't have no little Africa? They get a Chinatown in every city. How come we don't have no little Africas? Y'all mad at them that you got to come into a business because your people can't establish a business and run it effectively without y'all stealing, burning it down, and robbing them.
But ain't nobody mad at them. Listen, the amount of support that we give to the China, nobody's mad at them.
Didn't I just play the video? The man said black people have a right to be upset about this. He literally just said it. They mad about the Asian hate bill. You mad about it?
But that don't equate to us being violent towards no Chinese people. Go look at the stats. You just pulled them up. Black people are not going around committing crimes on these Chinese people. Come on now.
See what you just did? You said
We're not
Chinese.
doing that.
You said Chinese. I said
We're not
Asian.
Chinese. Asian.
No. But you think they all look alike. And let me ask you this.
We all look alike.
Exactly. There you go. Yeah, get it out. Yeah, right. If they do it to us, we do it to them, right? Right?
But that's every group.
No, it's not.
Every group in America thinks everybody looks the same.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. Ignorant people think everybody look the same.
And it's ignorant people in all groups.
Well, that's the truth. But let me ask you this. When I just said you think they all look the same, your response was, yeah, they think we all look the same. So you're responding to what they're doing. What's your offensive? What are you doing on your own that's not a response to what they've done?
You say, what am I doing?
It ain't got to be specific to you. You're the leader of the people right now, it seems.
I'm not the leader of nobody's people. All I'm saying is that man is not going to get on screen.
It's you right here. Nobody support Asian communities more than us, Mo. That's you.
Exactly. And I stand by that. Like,
what's the support?
It's no way you can come on screen and talk about black people as if all we doing is terrorizing them communities. We do more damage to our own.
No, you terrorize all communities. Y'all ain't racist towards it. You terrorize all communities. You don't care about the race. You'll rob anybody. You'll rob your own people, their people, and nobody gets a pass.
Not in DC.
Oh.
Not in DC. Ain't nobody robbing nobody else but black people in DC.
Yo, you gonna pick a place where the population
people in DC can run free.
No.
Run down there, and
I'm gonna ask you again. Why do you support Asian people the most? Why do you assume so?
What you mean? We support Asian people because, again, they're the ones that have the businesses, and we also treat them. We treat Asian people way better than we do our own people, and I stand on that.
Really,
we treat Asian people way better than regular black.
Give me an example. Besides going to one of their businesses, give me an example of how you treat them better than your own people.
YouTube. Look how much shit that black people talk about our own people every day on YouTube. We hate each other.
What that got to do with treating them better?
What you mean? Ain't no black person getting on YouTube talking about the Pookies and Ray Rays of the Chinese or none of that. No, we do that to our own.
Y'all, you can't be serious.
We treat Chinese not Chinese. Let me stop saying that. We treat Asian people with way more grace and way more respect than we do our own people.
Because you don't talk about them on YouTube. That's your solidifying position.
No, I'm talking about in general. Think about it. If your friend opened up a business right now, you would be more inclined to support a Asian business than your own friend's business if they sold the same products. Your friend could be selling soul food, but the Chinese person that sells soul food, you're gonna go to their business first.
Not me.
They could be selling the same exact thing, but because the Chinese or the Asian people are selling it, we automatically think that it's better.
Cap.
Or it's more quality.
Luke calls
I
cap.
see it. No, I see it all the time.
Luke calls
We
cap.
don't even support our own businesses. That's how much we don't like each other. So for that man to get up there and say that black people are literally against Asian, what? How?
No, don't you misplace his words. He was very specific. He didn't say all. He said there's an amount of black people that are committing crimes against Asian people, and it's on video. And it's not one video. It's not two videos. It's not 3 videos. It's not 4. It's 50, 100 plus videos. It's a lot of videos. It's a lot.
The percentage? Because I guarantee you it's not majority. It's not nowhere near a majority. Like
the majority of people don't commit crimes. So let's just focus on the people that do commit crimes and use a percentage of people that commit crimes.
I guarantee you the amount of crime that we do amongst each other way outweighs whatever's going on between black and
why? Because you like Asians more? Why? Because you like Asians more?
What you mean?
The reason, see, you think you're gonna get away with that, but you're talking to the wrong person. Why do you think you commit crimes more against your people than Asian people? Is it because you like Asian people more? No, exactly. So the point that you're making is pointless. The reason why you commit crime against your own people more is because supposedly y'all hate each other and y'all live amongst each other. That's the reason why. Not because you like Asians, so you decided to take it easy on them. You're not taking it easy on them.
Okay, but my thing is this. You can't paint an Asian versus black narrative when I would argue we support them way more than we support anything black.
So why complain about the hate bill then? Why not just be automatically
I'm not necessarily complaining about the hate bill.
You're speaking for the people now. You up here on your pro-black stuff. Why the hate?
I'm complaining about that man that you had that video up of the first video getting up there capping like black people are committing genocide against goddamn Asians. No,
he didn't say that. He didn't say that. I heard everything he said. See, the thing when you want to be hyperbolic and when you can't defend the position, you're going to push a narrative that he did not state. He didn't say that. I'll replay the video to prove my point, but I don't think you want me to do that. So I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to do my very best to ask you again, right? Do you understand that black people feel like white people are the bigger group? So that's why they feel like, oh, there's more white people, there's more of them than us. And if it was 100 million black people to, let's just say, 50 million white people, we probably feel we're in a better position to fight back. But since we're the smaller population, we tend not to fight back. Don't you think that's how black people think about things?
I would probably.
Okay, then. So if we double the population of the Asian community, don't you think it's reasonable for them to be fearful of the bigger group and the more violent group?
I would tend to reason with that if we're going with that line of thinking. But if we're taking the circumstances as they are, and if I'm looking at how black people in communities behave amongst each other versus the Asian communities, I still stand on the fact that the average black person would support an Asian way before they would support their own people.
What do you mean by support?
Give their money to.
Oh, okay.
Give their support behind. Because think about it. We now buy Japanese fashion way more than we buy black fashion.
So because you're buying something that you want to buy, you looked at it as that support. I'm going to explain to you very easily how this works. See, they have a business. You like their food. You don't like them. You don't like them.
We don't like us. My thing is this. We can't have this conversation about black versus Japanese or whatever you want to call it in terms of Asian and this, that, and the third. When in fact, you have a community that you're talking about that will be more inclined to support somebody that looks like that man that was in that video versus somebody that looks like me.
There is no
you can't have that argument.
There is no proof to that. Everything I hear black people say is if we have more businesses, we can support them, but we don't have no power structure. We don't have no businesses to support. So how are you going to say that that's actually true when they actually would prefer to actually invest in their own communities, but they just don't have the ability to? So they're not doing it. They're not doing it out of like, respect, and love for the Asian community. They're doing it because they don't have their own community where they can go and support them. That's the real reason.
But that's more than most. Are we doing that to any other race of people?
Yes. What are you talking about? You buying all the Louis Vuitton, you buying all the Gucci, you buying all the Nikes.
Amongst the minorities, amongst the minorities.
What's the next minority?
So if we go, are we doing that? Are we supporting Asians in comparison to the way that we support the Mexican community or the African community?
Yeah, y'all love those burritos. Y'all be going to the Mexican burrito store all the time. Like, stop playing. And y'all hate on them.
Well, I can speak for DC. It's a Chinese spot on every block, and they get all the black money.
Okay, all right, real quick. Give me 1 second. Let me get to these super chats from my guy Louis. Said Asian kids have suffered a lot of bullying in school, specifically by more physically dominant groups, black, whites, Latinos, in that order. That's a fact. That's a fact. Now, we go to the Asian stores because they have or are smart enough to open them near us, and they have competitive prices. Nothing to do with race or liking them or supporting them. Hyperbolic equals when you're really good at basketball. So I'm just saying, my brother. I'm just saying. Now let me get Bumpkin in here to see what his view on this. What's going on, Bumpkin?
What's up? How's it going? Can I get some historical context here? That's all right. Everyone here remembers the Rodney King riots, right? Like, you guys might not have been alive, but historical context, you remember the Rodney King riots, right?
I remember what started them. I remember.
Yeah, of course, what started them, right? That's a different discussion for a different day. But during the riots, you had a situation, right? The situation ended up being called Roof Koreans. And let me explain the situation to you. These riots were happening, right? And the black population were, for some reason, specifically targeting these Korean shop owners. Now, the situation that unfolded was you had cops that were actually running away from the situation because they couldn't control a riot. It was too massive. They had to eventually bring in army and all of that. It was a lot of blood, a lot of looting, all of that. But so one terrible mistake these rioters made was these weren't Chinese, these weren't Japanese, these were Koreans that served in the Korean military. Korean military back then was mandatory. So you had a lot of these Korean gun owners that, since the cops weren't doing anything about it, they went up on top of their roofs and they just started shooting anyone that came near their shops. But the point of that historical context is, why would they loot, or why would they specifically target Asian shop owners when the whole race riots were about white cops?
Hold on, Bumpkin. You're missing a very important thing that happened too. There was a young girl named Natasha Harlan.
Exactly.
That got killed in one of those Korean stores that sparked a lot of that a lot of those events that happened with the people targeting them. That was a very big event that happened right.
The Rodney King riots. Yeah, the Rodney King riots wasn't all because Rodney King. It was because all the black people went to the court to see if the woman was going to be guilty because she killed a little girl. She was a Korean girl. She was a Korean woman, and she got off scot-free. That's why they were targeting Koreans. It was not because Rodney King. It was literally because the Korean woman killed the little girl, and they changed the court. Like, I think it was the court was supposed to be held on a mix area, and they changed the court to a white area, and because of that, like, she got off scot-free. And then when the riot started, so they were just fight. I'm sorry.
No, but see, I'm not even necessarily have to go back that far. But I don't care if you guys do. That's fine, right? Maybe you don't like Asian people because of that. I don't know, don't care, right? But when we sit up here and act like, well, look, when you sit up here and you try to substantiate positions, be like, well, they did this and they did that. You shouldn't have had no problem with the Asian bill. The hate, none at all. You should say absolutely. Yeah, no problem. But that's not how black people work. You know how they work? If we can't get nothing, then nobody else deserve anything before us, because what us went through. That's their position, right? So let's talk about the truth, okay? You know why black people can't stand? You ever heard of gentrification?
Oh yeah.
Give me the simplest breakdown of that process. Just make simple, short, and sweet. What's the simplest breakdown of that?
they tearing down schools and shit that black people need to build dog parks and movie
So I'll
theaters.
keep it simplified. It's normally a depressed area, low in value at the time, that is bought up at a low price, fixed up, and then gentrified, sold at higher prices, pushing people out of the community, right? The problem that you have with gentrification is nothing bad about it if a black person does it. Could you imagine if you were hearing the story? Black man goes to white trailer park trash area and fixes it all up and gentrifies it. You're mad because black people are losers and they don't want to buy up an area and gentrify it and say, hey, we're going to do the same thing y'all doing to us. You're mad because they won't do it. And you're like, man, it ain't fair. We should come together and do this so I can actually be proud of something we do. They don't do the things that you actually have no problem with. Nobody has a problem with a black person buying up a whole block, the whole community, and causing gentrification, pushing out a whole bunch of poor whites. Nobody will have a problem with it, but they won't do it. So you can't be proud of it. So you'll demonize somebody that makes a strategic move, a smart business move, and be mad at them. So, gentrification is actually a good thing.
So, Aaron, but there's the thing, right? Because, for example, conservatives tells all the time, worry about yourself. They're very selfish, actually, right? Pick yourself by the bootstraps. They are for corporate subsidies. I don't know the word. For corporate subsidies, I don't know the word. The like you giving money, like the state giving money, for example, to Tesla and to every to companies for the bailout of the economy in 2008. But then they say no, but people can have these capitalism for the rich and socialism for the socialism for the rich and capitalism for the poor. The thing is, if you actually look at it, there's nothing wrong against the Asian bill, but I think there's nothing wrong against black people looking at it as an example to push pressure for what they want to achieve, because even if the bill has something inside of that are actually probably going to help the black community, usually, for example, the untouchables do that all the time. They are pretty selfish about it, right? Every time they have one opportunity to say, oh my God, we are being targeted, let's cancel Kanye and Kari. They are very strategic about it because they understand there's power in strength, right? In them having the banks, Hollywood, and all that, but there's power in weakness too. They crying and saying, oh my God, we're being pressured. Like they usually get a lot of stuff done too. So actually, I think is for black people, your point is valid, right? If you look at the bill, it should be passed. Come on, we have to have empathy for other races. But me looking in Portugal, looking at this, right? Outside of the United States, when the C-19 happening in China, the Chinese were taking black people out of hotels and telling for you to go back in your country. When it was a war in Russia with Ukraine, the Ukrainians were telling the black people, you go to the end of the line and you are going to only have trains in 20 days. So everybody thinks.
But Fatty, I'm going to push back against that point.
Yeah, let's talk.
They're right to say that because those people weren't from their country. We telling actual Asian Americans, people born in this country, to go back to a country. That's not the same as you've been in China and there's black people that's not from that damn country telling them to go back. It's not the same.
Absolutely. So why didn't they do that with white people that are not from their country? Because white people were getting on those trains. White people were not getting kicked off for hotels in China. They look at the black person and say, you go to the back of the line. So if you look at Asians,
there's a reason.
Right? If you look for Asians at Asia, they prioritize themselves. If you look at Europeans, like white Europeans, they prioritize themselves. If you look at Africa, they don't prioritize themselves. They prioritize people that have money, the white people and the Asians. If you look at the United States, happens is actually the same thing. My question is, when are black people going to start to move like the untouchables? We are a front, like you are an united front. We are going to complain and cry about everything, and you are going to make shit pass, either it is fair or unfair, because people don't look out for us. So we are going to play the same game.
And that's a fact. And that's all I was saying. We support them way more. Whatever that dude in the first video was talking about, us hating them and this, that. No,
he didn't say that.
What did he say then?
You want me to post the damn video? Because I'm tired of you lying about him to try to push a point in which he did not do. You're not gonna be able to pull that with me.
I need to look at it. I need to look at it again because
I'll put it in the back chat for the evilness in your heart right now. I put it in the back chat because you got some evil in your heart, Ricky Bobby. Yeah, you got some evil in your heart. I'm not gonna let you get away with that. You're not gonna misrepresent his point. He did a phenomenal job at making sure he was very, very particular about his words, his statements, not to say all, not to say everyone. Very, very particular. Not even to say he said the anti. Anyway, I put the video on the back chat. You can go on the black screen and watch it, and hopefully you get up to date over this. And me and Fatty will have a actual real conversation.
Why doing corn like that? Come on, Mo.
No, because he knows he's a blackity black, Fatty. You a reject black. Sometimes they want you to be black, and sometimes they don't. Right? So it's not the same. But the thing is, you're very well read, right? And so there are certain points you're going to be able to lock down. He's not as good at debate as you, and I'm not necessarily debating. I'm having conversation.
Yeah, having a conversation.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, at the end of the day, oh man, don't you understand that black people are just jealous of everybody else?
Absolutely, but that's the thing, right? Rich people care about rich people. They will align with the people that will give him more money. Poor people or women, they usually derive to the left because they think the left is going to give him more stuff. So they are selfish about it. You look at white people. You look at the Mormons. You look at the untouchables. You look at every Chinatown, Little Italy, Little Brazil. They all care about themselves. They don't give a fuck about nobody.
No, I'm with you. Right? I'm with you. I'm with you.
It's a question of like, okay, if they united on the front and it kind of works, why are we so like? Why are we so? Actually, you are being me. Is the moral police? Yeah, it's kind of fucked up, right? Come on, guys. Like, just because they're C-19 now, you guys beating Asians on trains and all this shit, that's pretty fucked up. That's pretty sad, right? And I get it. But if it was the opposite, I fucking guarantee you there was no Asian community saying, oh my God, this is so unfair. Let's protect black people. They said, oh, let's mind my business. That's white people stuff. White people and black people, you guys solve yourself. Oh, you have nothing to do with that. You see what I'm saying? So to get results on a pragmatic way, I think actually black people need to become a little more selfish and cry more. And when I say cry more on the places they should cry.
I have no problem with that. But let's just be honest, right? Asian people made a plight and they got something done. Whether it's the most effective measure or not, they got something done. Caused black people to go irate. This ain't fair. We're the biggest victims in American history. We should be the ones to get things passed, right? Who has more political power? Asian people or black people?
Asian people, probably.
Oh no, it's actually black people.
Oh, because they vote more. Yeah, the population, they vote more. Yeah,
exactly. Until recently, Asian people don't give a damn about no votes. Yeah, it's the younger Asian people who are very much Americanized, removed from their traditional ways, that are getting more and more involved, and they can see the uprising coming. But let's just be honest: there's a such thing as the black vote, not the Asian vote. For good reasons. There's for good reasons, right? The problem is, in order to keep the black vote, only thing that needs to happen is black people need to feel like they're the biggest victims in America. They will always we need that black vote because they in that victim mentality. But what black people say, we're not going to vote at all. And they adopted the Asian man. We ain't going to votes. What would happen then? You think they would focus on them so much? You think they put them in the media as much to continue to make them be victims? No, but as long as they get a free vote, this is free. You ain't get nothing in return. The only thing black people have ever got was abolished slavery. It's the only thing they ever got. They can't get nothing else. But they're mad. And let me tell you the biggest reason, because when I really sat back and I thought about it, I was like, man, they always talking about you a Sambo, not me specifically, but I don't care if they call me that. Y'all Sambos, y'all sellouts, all these things, right? Like we hate being black. Black people hate being black. They hate last place. And you know how I can prove it? Let me give you an example. Black people create culture. But you know what we say in hip hop? Oh, you know, black people aren't even the biggest consumers of hip hop. It's white people. It's this, da, right? Well, let's break this down. Why don't black people adopt anybody else's culture while everybody adopts black people culture? You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, they're the trendsetter.
I got a video of Asian people saying all the slang that black people say. All that New York slang that they say, Asian people saying everything that black. They listen to the black music, all these things. Why don't we copy any of the things that they do?
Because everything is lame, not cool. Like only now with anime and Japanese culture that we kind of respect, we kind of import shit, but that's the reality. Like
but see,
Black Americans are the trendsetters of the world
but
on the last 20 years.
exactly. But
Yeah.
they're so mad at other people, but they want to adopt nothing that other people do. They want to adopt anything. So he said nothing. What have Black people adopted from other cultures? Remember, anything good from what have they stole from the Asian culture? What have they stole from the Hispanic culture? What? Absolutely nothing. Because they're the only ones that are impenetrable to being affected by other people's cultures. We can impact other people's cultures all the time. You can see our influence everywhere. But when it comes to them impacting us and influence us, it never happens. Why? Because we don't want to copy winning formulas. We like the victim position. And you have people come on here and say, man, Black people used to be raved. We used to have thriving communities, right? What happened to those communities? Oh, they redlined us, and they did all these things. Okay, do it again. How did Asian people get all this? They get all this grant money, and they open stores and all these lies, just because they don't want to do nothing themselves. This is crazy.
So, but that's the thing, right? And again, looking outside perspective, every major, like, let's say, group economy, like, they had like some time to maturate, right? For example, right now we are predicting that India and Brazil would be like superpowers in probably 20 years or something like that, because of their number of population and the way their economy is developing. What happened with Black people, aka probably people on the Black Americans in Africa? We both got freed 60 years ago. There was no structure before. Like, the colonization on Africa ended in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and you guys were freed on the Jim Crow laws and all that. You guys only were seen as fully citizens in 60 years, right? So if I compare all the fucking countries that usually have a little bit more power, for example, countries that are more mature, that have more culture, are more homogeneous. You look at, for example, Europe, we have 1,000 years of history in terms of the country. You look at all the countries around, and they had time to develop. So don't you think it's just because we are on the infants of like the Black, we had like the Middle East Spring or something like that. I don't remember. Like the movement that made.
Yeah, you're saying.
The movement that made them like look at democracy like on a certain type of way. Don't you think that Black Americans and Africans in like 30 years are going to look at themselves and say, Jesus Christ, like we really gave a big jump? Because on the last years, you see Black millionaires, Black companies being exported, Black culture, Black music, everything now that Black Americans especially produce is cool. Now people are starting to look at Africa as a place to invest and a place to live. It's not just the third world country where people are either pregnant or starving. Don't you think that is a question of time until we like?
Hold on 1 second. Shout out to my guy, Lil Pod. He says, "Did you just say they didn't burn down thriving Black communities?" No, I didn't say that. Sure they did, but you know what happened after they burned them down? They rebuilt them. We always talk about the initial action. Oh, they burned them down. They bombed them. Black rebuilt it. They actually rebuilt it. We never want to talk about the second part of that conversation. They rebuilt it. And then here's the crazy part. Every single chance we get, we like to say, man, I want to go back before we even got integrated. So they actually want to go back to those times. This is the crazy part. Like, we're using example here and example there. They actually want to go back to those times when they had worse laws in their favor, when they was more aligned, more together. Because when you're free to decide if you want to be together or not, you won't do it. Black people are the only people that got to be forced to be together. Nobody got to force Asians to support Asians. Nobody got to support Hispanics to support Hispanics. We actually, go ahead.
There's a point that you are missing, right? Because we all like to look at the Black community as a whole, but we judge the untouchables by their best. We judge the Chinese by their best. We just like, it's always the smart ones, the ones that are thriving. If you go at Chinatown, there's probably somebody eating fish out of a backboard. You see what I'm saying? And if we want to look at him and compare them with the worst of Black Americans, the only thing that I see is like there's a saying in my country that says the difference between a hero and the villain is that the hero is reminded by the best thing he did in his life, and the villain is reminded by the worst thing he did in
No,
his
no,
life.
I
Right?
get that. I
So,
totally
but
understand.
don't you think that we are glorifying a lot of communities that have a lot of dirt between them, but we don't look at them as examples, and we are looking at the top of them and comparing with the worst of us? And
No,
when I say
because I get it, but I'm not even refuting that point because I make that point from time to time. The problem is this. When other groups of other people that have this money, they go and invest it in their communities. They build hospitals. They got
absolutely,
their own grocery stores. What do we keep saying? We don't have no grocery stores. We don't have no hospital. We don't have none of this stuff. So if we had it, then we wouldn't even be patronizing the other people's places, supposedly. So I'm not making it up that it don't exist. So I'm not making that up. So even it's not about judging people instead of the best of the best of the black people. I've actually made point that the small amount of black people are more successful, the second most successful group. However, we don't focus on the people on the yachts. I literally said, well, if we ain't got to, I know y'all don't want to talk about the poor blacks, the blacks that's doing bad, but we definitely don't want to argue about people whose yachts bigger. Okay, we tend to focus on people that are more in need of support, people who are at a more disadvantaged position. It's no different. We're not trying to talk about building bigger homes for rich people. We're talking about how to get homeless people off the streets. That's how humans are designed. We focus on the people that are the most in need, the most at risk. And so that's what we're doing now. And black people are supposedly the most at risk as far as the competitive scale, because everybody says this is a race thing. We are at war with one another. This is competition. So if that's the case, we have to speak to what's the competition and what's going on. And what I found out is that black people don't want to do anything that the other groups are doing, but want their outcomes. How is that possible?
What are those things, Aaron? By the way,
very simple. They don't want to live eight people, 10 people, 15 people in one house, get together, save up, buy the next house, just like they say the Mexicans do, right? We can sit here and highlight and identify they do it and be mad at them because they do it and say, man, we got an immigration problem. They shouldn't even be here because they come in here thriving, doing what they need to do while we mad that we're not doing it, but we know exactly what they're doing and we're capable and can do it, and we don't do it. So they're mad at other groups.
Aaron, Aaron, hey, what's up, Quan, Gilda Quan, how y'all? But what
about me? Sorry, she didn't say hi to me. That's fine.
What I want to say is, hey, Slap Fatty.
Hi, Auntie.
About me on everything. I hear you talking, but anyway, what I wanted to say, one of the key notes that I figured out is before they get here, they do their research. We don't want to do research. Now tell me that a black person couldn't figure out that black women like to get their nails done and start from there with the shop. No, they came over here, opened up a nail shop to do weak females' nails. And it's a busting industry now. I mean, break your back industry. When that thing first hit us 2 years ago, they robbed one of the major streets, 8th and 8th, remember? They busted all them. That it was horrible. Them agents came right in there, did what they need to do, cleaned up the glass and all that. Had to go back to their stores that had been broken into by my color and rebuild everything, you know? But they ain't complain. They opened up their stores with the glass out, but they had the cage over it. But it was repulsive that you want to rob them when they work harder than you or we do. We like to complain a lot. We like to blame slavery a lot. Slavery is your mindset. That's over with. But it's still some people in slavery and bondage in their head. And it's just like the people that get welfare. They feel entitled to that. But you owe me, and that's free money, and I ain't got to do nothing for it. And they ain't give us out 40. It is people saying they didn't give me my 40 acres. What was it? My mule, my 40 acres,
Well, no,
What?
Auntie J, the black people have a legitimate gripe about reparations when they make
Yeah.
bad comparisons about aid to Ukraine. That's a horrible comparison. That's not a reason for black people to get reparations. Now, when they start talking about the internment camps that the Japanese went through and things like that, that's a fairer comparison. But I think the Ukraine comparison is a horrible one. Personally, I just think that everybody that's smart enough understands the military implications.
Yeah,
On
I think the Untouchables comparison is better. They
Yeah.
got land, they got money, and they got protection.
Nobody was mad when they came over here in our town and had discovered they put out this sauce called mumbo sauce.
That's a fact.
Wasn't nobody mad about that, remember, Quan?
Yeah, that's a
When
fact.
mumbo sauce hit town and you could put it on your chicken, something we never heard of. What? They went off over here in my city.
So hold on, TJ. So we can agree to that black people are owed reparations of some form. I'm not against that at all. The sad part about it is that if we give it to black people, right? The hope is that here it is. Will we ever get past this so-called
it's gonna be something else.
No,
that's what we
don't know because it's not fair to say because
but that has to be structured. It can be.
Yeah, it gotta be structured.
It can be.
But see, here's the problem though, right? Because black people are the special victim unit, right? When we say it has to be power structures, Asian people don't control no power structure. However, they're not running around here crying about
they got a whole country. That's power in and of itself.
If you want to argue that, we got a whole supposed continent.
Right.
That's not a fair argument.
I can't. I'm not going to automatically just chalk up Africa because I don't know where. I don't know what continent, what country. I can't. I'm not going to chalk up something that I don't know, ain't seen, ain't.
That's fine. It's not yours. Yeah, it's not yours. That's fine.
I'm not just going to do that. But
absolutely,
the average Asian can directly attribute.
Okay. Even though what you're saying is a fair statement, the majority of especially if you talk about China, because most people are making references to China when they say these statements, the majority of Chinese are actually slaves. They don't have freedoms in their country. Y'all don't really know. Maddie knows exactly what I'm talking about. There's a lot of so you sitting there acting like they have such rich people coming. Oh, only the rich people come. No, y'all.
I'm talking about business
over there with no
their suppliers. Their supplier and their supply chain come directly from a lot of that goes on in Asia. They're one of the biggest manufacturers in the world. So when you talk about how their businesses are able to grow and prosper, that's because they get so much of their stuff from a place. From a place where manufacturing.
So you're up once again. You'd be making a fair point, but the assessment is, well, their people have it together. We don't have nobody that can help us out. That's basically what your assessment is.
I'm saying that's an advantage that, of course, we don't have. So when you compare us to that, you can't just completely leave out that they're the manufacturing capital of the world.
Some of those people over there working sweat.
So listen. Fair is a place where they judge pigs at, right? So I'm not even going to try to do the fair thing, right? So basically, and I'm going by your statement. I'm gonna get Sean in here because I know Sean pissed off because I know he is. But no, not. I'm just joking, not like that. Because I know you would hurt me if you was. So I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in general. But based upon your statement, then black people should be in last place and stay in last place.
And that's where we gonna be. That's exactly because guess what?
Think about what you just said. They got an advantage. So the advantage is because they have a place where they can actually get supplies from people that they know. And that's their advantage.
I'm not saying last, but I'm saying when we make these comparisons, you cannot just eliminate that as a truth. And just straight up compare an apple to an apple.
What's the comparison that we're making?
Quan is making the comparison of what I don't know. Oh, I understand.
You all brought up the Asian businesses. and how they're so much more successful.
No.
And
They're only successful because you said we patronize them because we love them so much.
Yes, but there's also an aspect to it when you talk about the nails and the hair. They are the manufacturing. They're the number one manufacturer of the world. So of course
they don't even get their nails done.
All right, listen. I know. Listen.
Listen.
Oh my gosh. If Fatty or Sean can't save y'all from this conversation, it's gonna go all the way back.
Look, 2023. We got to leave that distance.
Hold on, DJ. Let my guy Sean.
Before that, go ahead.
What's good, y'all, man? Y'all make some good arguments. Kind of to Quan's point, kind of, but the overall point is they have a much better mindset than we have, and they have much better work ethic overall than we have, and they do have a system. When I talk about Asians, I'm not just talking about Chinese and Japanese. I'm talking about the Indians as well. They have a game plan, and somebody spoke on this. When they come here, they have a game plan as to what each person is going to do when they get here. They're going to plug and play, and they have certain goals. Like you said, Aaron, they don't have the same pressures we have. Well, they don't make themselves have the same pressures we have in terms of, you have to look like this, you have to drive this, you have to move out by this age. When you're 18, you're grown, you got to get out. They don't have all those same dumbass pressures. So they have a better mindset. Their family structure is better. They have many more nuclear families. And to Quan's point, they are vertically integrated. They are a manufacturing hub. So when they come here, like a lot of my suppliers, and even like down to my seamstress in Chicago, in Chinatown, they're Asian. They come with a set of skills, and they also can have cheap labor back home that they can pull from to produce things, and they look like they sell their products here, but it's really coming from overseas. So y'all make a lot of good points, but they have a better mindset than us and better work ethic.
So
at the end of the day. They have more discipline. Yeah, they have more discipline,
I'm not taking it from them. I bang with Asian people. My only argument was that man getting up there talking about black people hating on Asians. That's false.
He didn't say that. Stop doing that. Like, you making us look bad when we can't act like we can't distinguish the differences in the language in which he chose to speak. He eloquently stated his position, was very clear. He's not saying this, he's not saying that. He's saying this and this and this. He did a really, really good job. We just don't like when people, listen, it's worse than women. Like, women do not like to be criticized. They hate it. Now, no humans tend to, but women hate it the most. And the black community hate it when we put their sins on the board. No, we're gonna talk about them. So if this is the case, black people should be in last place. They're actually they're in the right place that they should be in, right? Based upon how the outcomes, they're in the right position that they should be in, right? Let me give you a better question, right? Let's go to
hierarchy. Given what happened to us, I would say yes.
What happened?
What you mean? What happened?
Yeah, what happened?
Can we go from inception all the way to now? Can we go line item by line item?
If I brainwash every black person in the world, they can no longer remember slavery. What would we do then?
I'm not even talking slavery.
So how far back do you want to go?
We can go after slavery, line item by line item. That what has been done to us that puts us in that position.
Nothing put you in this position. Listen. They can't make you hate your brother. You choosing to do that. They can't make you listen. You can't say, I got you, fantastic. You can't say, oh, it's systematic race. They've done this to us. They put us in this position. If you're aware of it and you know it's happening and you still choose to do it, that's on you.
So, yeah. Can I just let me hop in? Please just bring me up, Aaron. Quan, brother. Now, I don't know what your stance is from a pro-black thing, whatever you classify as. Aaron's 1,000% right, bro. Again, I just said this, and I say this all the time. I don't think black people understand that slavery isn't just singled out to us. Literally, every race of people, every continent on this planet except for Antarctica, brother, there's historical proven slavery. Okay, white people have been enslaved, or Caucasus people, Asian people have been enslaved, African people have been enslaved, Native American people have been enslaved. Every race of person, okay, whether it be by themselves, them doing it to each other, or cross-racial, right? Interracial. Every other group does not complain about slavery. And then two, a lot of other civilizations, brother, went through slavery a whole lot longer than what we did.
Yeah,
So,
I wasn't referring to slavery though.
okay.
I can go past slavery. So even when you study American history, when you look at how the highways were established, our communities were primarily knocked down for those highways to be built. Is that not a disadvantage to us?
Brother, no, and then no, hold on. Well, first off, and I'm curious because I never heard of what you're talking about. Now, I have heard that the neighborhoods and like inner cities were purposely built in order to quote unquote corral black people in and pretty much congregate us all in one place. But saying that for one, black people didn't own no property for the most part. So you saying that is kind of weird, all right? Because the further you go back, the less amount of property that black people even own. And then I will have the y'all will have the infamous, the people always use, right? Oklahoma City, fucking what is it? Black what do you call it?
Black Wall Street.
Yeah, Black Wall Street to counter what you're saying too. And of course, yeah, it was knocked down, but black people rebuilt that actually after it was burned down or blew up or whatever. So that's what I say, brother. It's like we have this too much of an emotional attachment and a lot of excuses to give for why we're not successful, brother. There's no reason that a person from a third world country, right? The Indians, the Chinas, the whatever else, far, far more poor than us. English is not even their first language. But somehow they learn English, they come over here, and the talented 10 stuff is a lie also. They don't get the biggest and the brightest and whatever, and those are the very, very small percentage of the people that come over here. Okay. They come over here, they do exactly what Aaron said and the brother Sean said, right? They already have networks set up, which is very smaller than us, even smaller than us now. The percentage of the Asian population is what, 5%, right? 5% total. Right, but yet and still, they are the wealthiest, they're the highest earners. Even they out earn white people overall as a group, right? So how is it that a people, this isn't even their native land, right?
Mhm.
Right? And black people swear to God that, oh, the white man. Why the hell would a white man care about you when you're the poorest? You have one of the highest poverty rates, and they're literally being challenged and surpassed by all these other peoples. Anybody that understands power understand you don't worry about the people that you don't have to worry about. You worry about the people that are challenging you for power, which would be Hispanics, which are starting to catch up and they're multiplying, their numbers are getting much larger. And then the Asians again, which are coming over here and they're really from a business standpoint and earning, they're far more impactful. So
But they want two things. They want their votes because they are they are a big part of the population, and they want their money because they are the biggest spenders. So
no, but who?
Fantastic. One second.
I'm just asking for clarity, Fatty. Who?
Black people. Black people are a large population of voting, like 40 million or something like that, and
Okay.
and their money is infamous. It stays 20 minutes or 2 hours or
1.3 trillion. Yeah, you got it. 1.3 trillion. Go ahead.
They are consumers, right? And the thing about slavery, there's difference in slavery, right? Slavery usually used to be, okay, you can pay what you owe me. Now you are my slave, or you go to prison. Only one people got put on ships and took to the other side of the ocean to get sugar in Brazil and to build the United States. There's a big cotton on the United States.
No,
It's
that's fair.
particular like slavery, like it's not the same. And the thing is, when you take people, like, this is why usually, for example, my parents came from Cape Verde to Portugal. They have a tremendous work ethic because usually immigrants have they is either they do it or they done, right? Black Americans, if the guy leaves, I have Section 8, and then I can have another kid and extend that shit for another 18 years. I can kind of survive. Like, they don't have the hunger. You see, when you put like an angry dog on a fight, he's going to kill the dog that is fed because it is what it is. He has an empty belly, and either he eats the other dog or he's going to die. Black Americans are not angry. And the thing is, just one point, Aaron. To me, the biggest problem is, like, looking from the outside again, is my opinion, is violence, right? For example, Black Americans that get money, they don't want to live with white people. They want to live with rich people that happen to be white. You see? They want separation from rich people. And then when they try to give to the community, aka, for example, the guy Nipsey Hussle open a store on the hood and try to give to the community, it happens what happens to him. So I think actually what needs to stop happening is violence between black people, because Asians don't care. They're not going to be the ones getting shot. They're probably getting, like, they're going to steal something on their on their stores, but they know that we have insurance. It's kind of fine. But the scare, like, black people are so scared to go back on the hood because you understand. And to your point, Aaron, there's so much jealousy. There's so much I want what the guy has. There's so much pressure into you taking care of everybody else around you that is better for you to remove yourself than for you to stay on the same place. Because let's be honest, LeBron James kids are not the ones committing crimes. Actually, they're pretty well off and they don't give a fuck because they live with other rich people. It's not because they rich with white people. It's because usually people separate themselves when it comes to economic power.
Class.
Yeah, economic power, class. So again, is I think the solution is the amount of people that get to the middle class and to the upper class, because now it's going to create pocket zones. For example, Compton supposedly was for middle class, and like the mayor was black, everything was black, and he was supposed to be for people on the middle class and up. But what happened was black poor people started to flood Compton, and they started to live there. The criminality rate started to go up and up and up, and now you have like a, I'm not saying shit all. I don't want to talk bad about other people places, but now you have a place that actually was built for black wealthy and middle class people that was contaminated, and now is like an example of a place that black people shouldn't be. So I think it's a question of numbers. I think actually it's a question of numbers. How many black Americans and Africans can transition from lower class to middle class and to upper class?
Let's shift the conversation slightly. Why do we say black people are the most forgiving people? Why?
Because niggas love lying.
Let me tell you why. Because if for example, even the untouchables, they are retaliating on the Palestinians. Like if you did what white people did to black people, like to any other country, there will be huge resentment forever. Nobody would want even to sniff a white person in front of them. So
no, you're misrepresenting this.
No,
the untouchables are not getting back at the Palestinians. Israel is.
No, yeah, but I don't want to say words because I don't know.
But you can't say that. You can't be referring to Israel and say the untouchables.
Okay, Israel. That's fine. You got it there, right? So that's the thing. I think only black people suffer what they suffer with colonization, imperialism, and slavery, the way they suffer, and they still want to coexist or can coexist with their oppressors so well.
They don't want to coexist.
Yeah,
See,
you think so?
They don't want to listen to what the people are saying. Man, if it wasn't for Martin making us integrating stuff, we was doing way better with our Malcolm mentality and segregated from these people. That's what we need to go back to. They don't actually want to exist. They just don't have a choice because they don't want the alternative going somewhere else to rebuild.
To be fair, I think only a minority of people
are
saying that, because most black people don't even have the wherewithal to know that that's a thing. I think there's a minority saying that, but I by far don't think most black people are even informed enough to know to say that, bro.
Aaron, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
All right. So I think you were spot on earlier when you said that, when you touch on basically on black folks being losers, because I think that's at the heart of everything, is that black folks ultimately are losers. And frankly, sadly, it's very sad, but it's true. Sadly, black folks love being losers. Like you realize, like, it's come to the point where black folks enjoy being in the loser state because, you know, I mean, if you listen to how the average black man qualifies himself, right? Man, I'm from the hood. I'm from the struggle, right? Like, you want to be a loser, right? Because that's all. Like, you want to be the one that's like, I'm the most oppressed. That's why black people always playing, you know, the who's the most oppressed game. That's why they get upset over the anti-Asian hate bill, right? Again, it's always about, I want to remain in this position of being a loser, which is also why on the flip side, you know, black folks tend to dislike and call, you know, black people who succeed and get up out the hood, they call them sellouts, they call them whatever, right? Because now you're no longer a loser. And ultimately what it comes down to is that even if black folks had the opportunity to no longer be losers, what I've realized, and it's taken me a while to realize this, they don't want it, right? They don't want it simply because suddenly you have no more excuses, right? If you suddenly by default, right, have a winning position or have the opportunity to be a winner, right? If you even believe that, then it gets rid of all the dumbass excuses that you have for why you ain't where you're supposed to be, for why you're mediocre as fuck, for why mediocre at best, I should say, right? So I really do think, sadly, a lot of black people want to remain in this loser position, and frankly, a lot of people would no longer have even careers. I mean, think about Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, like these people, for them to continue to exist, and for Al Sharpton to be able to continue to get on private jets, black people have to continue being losers. There's no way around that. For the average Democrats, right, for them to push the dumbass shit that they push, they have to use black people being losers and victims, right? So this has to stay the same. Which, to your point again, Aaron, like you were spot on. I was listening to you earlier. I'm like, man, this man is spot on. Like, this is the difference between why the Asians were able to get a bill passed so quickly versus black people, because the Asians don't want to be in a losing position. They just want results, right? They just want results. And so there's a difference between complaining and actually saying, you know what, we're going to get some shit done. So they don't want, like, the Asians don't want an Al Sharpton. They don't want that. They don't want an Al Sharpton. They don't want somebody to start capitalizing off of them being victims. They just want results.
JB,
but black people want an Al Sharpton, right? They want to remain in that losing position, right? And Al Sharpton wants to keep getting on private jets. So you have a revolving door.
Hold on one second. We can actually prove that because we don't know no Asian leaders. We don't know none of these attorneys that's coming out speaking on behalf of the Asian communities. No other damn communities. We only know every time something happens to us, we know who lining up. Something happened to white people, we don't know who lining up. We just gonna say by default, well, they own everything. Somebody gonna help them, but we don't know none of their leaders. Somehow, some strange way, right? But let's play this point out, right? We talked about reparations, how the Japanese, I don't remember how many Japanese it was, 126. I'm just throwing an arbitrary number out. I don't know how many it was that got to, but you do remember was it in LA? They gave this whole beach back to this family. Y'all remember that happened?
We covered that video.
And what happened when they gave it back to them, Fatty?
They sold again.
No, they want ownership. Don't just give them money, Fatty. Black people don't just want money. We need structures. And what happens when you give it to them, brother?
I on that case, I think you are wrong because we did the math, and like it was so many people that it was better for them to get the money and to invest on a.
No, that's the point. That's the point.
It's the mentality. No, I get it. It's the mentality.
See, you should say I ain't selling if I don't get a penny. But they don't have the mentality. Is why they keep selling away their rights to ownership.
So, but
no, Aaron, this is actually why.
Can I reply? JB, can I reply?
This is actually one of the reasons why I want to see black people get reparations, right? Because I want to see it happen, and then I want to see what's going to be the next step, right?
Blow the motherfucking money. Blow the money.
Get y'all reparations. I just cannot wait to see how suddenly black folks ain't gonna be victims no more.
JB,
I just can't wait.
Two things, right? I want to see if I can convince you that your first thing about them being losers, right? I want to see if I can get you to modify a little bit, right? I think what you said is almost spot on, but I think the modification is that it's not that they want to be losers. People don't realize that they're losers. They don't have a mindset that would allow them to see themselves as losers. It's just par for the course.
Well, hold on. Well, let me hop in. Let me. Can I hop in?
Hold on. Let me and JB talk for a minute. Dang. I'm trying to holler at JB. What you saying underneath it all, I agree. But I'm saying, like, if I get what you're saying, but I really, from my experience, people don't realize they first off, they wouldn't classify themselves as such. You know what I'm saying? They just think kind of from generation to generation, people just struggle. This is kind of what they go through. This is all they see, all they know. So they really don't see themselves as losers. And a lot of people just don't see that they can do better.
You just answered your own question, though. Respectfully, you just answered your own question, fam. That's a cultural issue.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. So I'm saying, I'm saying it goes back to mindset overall. I agree underlying with what you're saying, but I really believe that most people don't see themselves as losers. But it's going day by day.
Yeah, but Sean, let's be honest.
Fair enough.
What happens to the average white person that wins the lottery? If we give reparations to most white population, they're going to lose the money too. Most
agree.
people don't know how to use money.
Yeah,
They
yeah, yeah.
don't, right? And the
No,
thing
that's
is that
not what I
JB,
was referring to. That's not what I was referring to.
I
When
get
I
you.
said
I
no,
get
no,
you
no.
to
When I
say.
was talking about reparations,
I get
when I
you,
brought up
JB. I get you
reparations,
to say. JB, can I
I'm
finish
not
my
talking
point, bro?
about no. I want to make this clear though. When I brought up reparations, I'm not talking about it from the angle that they're just gonna, just basically fuck up the bag. I'm talking about
Yeah.
from the angle that even if black people get reparations, this is the number one thing that black folks gotta get that check. All right, bet, get that check. After you get that check, you're still gonna hear a million other complaints. It's a never-ending story of why black people gotta stay in a loser position. That's what I'm talking about.
So, but that's fine, right? You can take every shit out of the way for people to start work. But there's one thing that I don't like with Americans, and the part that they're so divided that they can get to understand it, right? Is, for example, first of all, there's power in weakness. I'm sorry. Every other race understands that. You guys don't understand that. You guys think crying and complaining about shit like doesn't go make things work. Look at the Me Too movement. Woman cry, and got what they wanted. Like every feminist movement, it was like that. They cry, and got what they wanted. There's power in weakness because, again, you guys talk about white guilt a lot of times.
Yeah.
White people, a lot of them want to give stuff just to get the shit out of the way. That's the reality. And the second thing is, I'm sorry. The same way you guys talk about, for example, the Reverend Al Sharpton and all that. There's Candace Owens. There's Jordan Lee Petersons that literally their motto is, oh, look at those black people. I'm not like them. I'm better than them. I pull myself by the bootstraps. I'm sorry.
Those are awful comparisons.
Let me
Hey, you got you on that.
one sentence and I'm done. Black Americans can do two things at the same time. We can stop and acknowledge the atrocities and oppression that they suffered by white people, and teach the same people that's not an excuse. Strive for greatness.
Thank you.
And what happens? And
Wait,
what
wait,
happens?
so
when this
wait,
war-
wait, wait.
what-
But
what-
you
let
brought
me-
up
let me-
Candace.
what happens?
What does Candace Owens have to do
One
with this?
second, JB, 1 second. What happens on these conversations is that either is the side of I am the victim, and you should put yourself by the bootstraps. It's both.
No, it's not both.
1 second, let me finish.
But you telling us and you not us.
So
You keep saying you gonna finish,
okay.
nigga. You keep saying you gonna finish and you're not finishing.
Because I can't finish my point. When the untouchables talk about them, they say we were destroyed, we were oppressed, they killed us, and we strive for acknowledge the systemic oppression that we
Brother,
got.
you already said that.
We got as a people, but we became better. So why on this conversation there's always the douchebag Republicans and the douchebag Democrats, one's complaining about victimhood, another one's complaining about the other guys crying, and we can acknowledge that both sides are right.
Damn, B, have you wrapped it
No,
up?
because
Okay,
both
then let's
sides
answer
ain't
the
right.
question.
Well, both sides ain't right. So first of all, it's funny, like y'all bring up Candace Owens. Candace Owens is just a somebody who has a show. She's just somebody who has a show, who's a conservative who has a position. It's not the same as Al Sharpton, who literally, like, Al Sharpton's entire career is literally off of the fact that black people are victims, right? And Al Sharpton wants to make sure he can show up at every instance where a black person gets shot, a black person. But except when they get shot by other black people, right? Because we don't care about those instances.
Of course
But if
not.
they get shot by a white person or by a cop or something, here come Al Sharpton, right? Here come Al Sharpton to tell you why black people ain't ever gonna get better, while he gets back on his jet and go back to his white neighborhood, all right, and go live in his really big house, all right. So it's a very different. Like, you can't be comparing Al Sharpton to Candace Owens, first of all, right? Maybe if you compare Candace Owens to some regular, Democrat show host or something, I can understand that, right? But I'm highlighting people specifically who have built careers off of black people remaining in a victim state, and their careers disappear. Like Candace Owens, it will still be Candace Owens regardless of what happens to black people, whether you become pro-conservative or not, right? Al Sharpton has no more. Like, his bag is done if black people are no longer victims. He has to find another career now. Al Sharpton has no more money coming in if black people stop being victims.
All right, so can I hop in? So hold on. This is what I'm trying to say, man. Listen, Fatty, for one, no, bro. That the people from Israel complain, brother, and they get, not only do they complain, they have the money. They have the people in power. They have people that actually do something with their complaints. Not to mention something way further deeper than that. from a big ass law wrote way back during World War II or whatever, brother, that keeps them going. Okay. The black people have done the same thing you're talking about, but they're not talking from a position of power. When white people, I mean not white people, but people from Israel say what they're saying, that's not being said out of weakness, brother. That's literally being said out of power of, hey, you did this to us. We're not gonna let it happen again. Don't you even say nothing bad about us. Even if you say something positive. Bro, you had LeBron James apologizing for saying getting money like Jewish people, dog. Okay? I'm sorry. People like getting the money like, getting the bag like people from Israel, right? That's a positive, and you can't even say it. So again, black people have had plenty of opportunities to do it, but now Jay Bizzle is right. JB is right. What comes in? When you start trying to, especially as a black man, speak of anything from a position of power, about like, look, bro, white supremacy is not real. Even saying white supremacy in itself is a point of weakness, because you're saying that this person is superior to you just off of their skin color alone. No, why, nigga? Anyway, you niggas don't even understand that when you say white supremacy, bro. That is putting yourself in a subservient fucking just weak position. Because you're saying a person, no matter how smart the person is, no matter how dumb the person is, no matter anything that the person does, just because of their whiteness, they're better. Bro, that's the weakest shit ever. And until we get out of this mentality of, oh, I'm the victim, white man, you can constantly have someone to blame. But what I wanted to say was, when JB's original point, if you give black people reparations, or you do anything, you take away all the excuses, and black people are completely, totally, solely responsible for themselves and their own success, they're gonna crumble. The reason why you're always gonna have the big bad wolf white man or the boogeyman white man is now that's an excuse for black people not to get better. Even though again, bro, Indians come here, they rack up. Asians come here, they rack up. Arabs, they come here and they rack up. And the saddest thing about it, hold on. And the saddest part about it, nigga, as long as you done talk, and the saddest part about it is, where do they rack up at? They rack up from niggas, okay? They come straight to your nigga neighborhood, set up the hair store, set up the liquor store, set up the Chinese food place, set up all these motherfucking places, and they get money. They become rich off of you. They put their kids through colleges, they buy properties, they do all these things. But what do your black ass do? Go back to what Aaron said. Crab in the barrel mentality has to win whatever some black person gets some. Oh, nigga, you think you somebody. Oh, nigga, you ain't special. Oh, nigga, you ain't this. Oh, nigga, 6 figures ain't shit. Right? You think an Asian person never heard that? You ever think an Arab person never heard 6 figures ain't shit, and they come from literally nothing?
The first thing that I have to say is real quick. He replied to me, Auntie. He replied to me. You can go next. It's very quick. The first thing I have is very curious. It's very curious that you didn't mention Africans, especially Nigerians that go to the United States and thrive. And you mentioned everyone that's everywhere. And the second thing that I find very funny, and it's a question for you and JB before NTJ goes. Why, when black people ask, oh my God, like we were oppressed, we were like they did injustice and shit. Hey man, forget about it, bro. Come on, man, start crying. But when white people say 9/11, never forget. Never forget.
For one, nobody even talks about it anymore. Well, see, this is. Hold on, let me answer the question. Hold on, let me answer the question. Can I answer the question?
No, he's not. No, 1 second. He's not. He's 1 second. He's not.
This nigga 1 second to death, bro. Your 1 second turns into 30 minutes.
Let him finish the question. Let him finish the question. I love this question. Go ahead.
My question is this: why every time a certain part of the the untouchables can cry all the time about Holocaust is fine. Nobody complains about it. White people can cry all the time about 9/11 and what happened on this and on that. But as soon as black people say, hey, bro, yeah, we were colonized by 500 years, we're slave by 300 years. Man, come on, man, get over it. It's fine.
Nobody tells
me. Let me answer the question.
Nobody tells.
Aaron, not you, but they. JB and Fantastic have this attitude. It's not about you.
Let me answer this question.
I love this question. So
I love this question. So the first example he took was 9/11, right? And what's funny about that is, like, it's not just white people who died in 9/11. It was a catastrophe against America.
Right? Thank you.
It was against America, and it actually shows how disconnected that black people are from America as a whole, because you have a lot of black people who actually died as a result of 9/11 as well, right? It wasn't just white folks. It was a lot of black people who died in New York. But hey, again, like you got to make it about the white man, right? Now, when you talk about the untouchables, all right. Now, here's the thing. First of all, like I said, there is a difference, and Aaron actually highlighted this, but y'all seem to miss it, right? They don't just complain; they get shit done. right? They get
They do
shit
both.
done. So
Same thing I just said.
Let me finish the point, right? They
They do
get
both.
shit. What?
They
They
complain
don't
and they
vote.
get
They
done.
don't have enough people to vote. Fatty, you don't know what you're talking
No.
about. It's
Hold
nothing
up.
about voting.
They
It's not
Let
about
me
complain.
voting. They don't have
let me
enough
finish.
people to
Let me
vote.
finish the
About
point.
voting. They have a
Let me
CPAC.
finish the point.
Can I
Let me
go off
finish
the
the
mic?
point.
Go ahead. I'm
Let
sorry.
me finish the point, right? They get shit done. And actually, Fatty, I'm gonna make this clearer for you, right? So when I was an activist, there was this group that we used to work with called JVP, right? It's basically Jewish Voices for Peace. We used to work with them, and one of the reasons is because they happen to be, I don't know if it's still the case, but they were the sole group of untouchables who actually are against what well, not the sole group, but at least the ones that have formed the group, right, who are against what the IDF and the state of Israel is doing to Palestinians, right? And they speak very much against it, and they get a lot of pushback. So they created this group called JVP, Jewish Voices for Peace, and they fight against this. And one of the things that, like, I realized even back then was how much the untouchables were able to actually not just complain, not just bitch and moan about shit, but really figure out how to utilize power to get results to the point where they're going against, to the point where they're going against their own people who disagree with them, right? Their own people, like all these people who are part of JVP, right? All these people who are part of JVP, they can't get shit done, right? They cannot get shit done because you have this overwhelming group of untouchables, right, that are able to get shit done. It's not just about, hey, yes, the Holocaust happened, blah, blah, blah. It's not that's not just the point. Nobody, and again, y'all keep saying this, Fatty, but if you actually listen to me talk, I never try to dismiss history, ever. Jonathan has never done that. Right?
Hold on.
I intentionally don't try to dismiss history.
So
My issue is simply, what are you doing today? What are you doing today? I never, ever tried to. In fact, Aaron and I have gone into it because Aaron believes we should get rid of slavery books and whatnot. And I told him, and I actually got into it with him. I told Aaron, "Now you crazy, right?" I don't dismiss.
Well, can I answer, nigga?
You said what?
I was talking to Fatty because I mean he's trying to get in before you finish. I'm focused on. It's supposed to be two questions.
What is the similar of APEC on the black community? APEC, you guys know what APEC is?
What is APEC? What do you mean?
I know what
APEC is. Let me give you a pseudonym because APEC, American Israel Public Affairs Community,
American Black Caucus. That's the closest thing to it.
Yeah, but they literally use like millions of dollars to lobby the politicians to get what they want usually.
So Fatty, the issue is not the group though. This is what you keep missing, Fatty. It's the mindset. Hold up. It's the mindset. The mindset and the mindset is then what you use to actually get the results. That's my point. So like when you see the point I'm getting at when I mentioned earlier that black people want to remain in a losing position, it's the same thing with the Democrats, right? So you could say, for example, if black people, for example, if you didn't want to be losers anymore, why would black people consistently keep voting for Democrats? Why? If every time you vote for them, you still keep getting losing results, why would you keep going in the same direction?
Yeah, Maxine Waters in there for 30 years.
My point is that ultimately it's not about it's less about the history. It's more about what are you doing right now beyond just complaining. Okay, you can keep complaining every day, but what are you doing to get results? And black people are not doing anything to get results. We're doing everything we can to remain in the victim position, to remain the person that, hey, we're oppressed. See us, look at us, we're oppressed, acknowledge us. Instead of, hey, okay, let's say we're oppressed. Let's get rid of this oppression for good so that we can actually make, there should be no more reason for these groups to even exist anymore.
That don't change when we vote for Republicans, just for the record either. So let's be fair.
The worst districts are Democratic districts, brother. But let me answer. Since he said it was two people, let me answer the question. So first off, Fatty, you don't know what you're talking about. Again, I stand on it and I say, as a person who's been in the United States military, bro, for going on 20 years, bro, in a couple of months, brother. No one even talks about 9/11 until 9/11 comes up. Okay. And even then, in the United States military, brother, is a very, very small acknowledgments what are on that day and that day only. No one gives a fuck about 9/11 anymore, period. I'm sorry. They may act like it and seem like it or whatever. No one even gets it. It didn't even get brought up anymore, for one. First thing. Secondly, again, like JB said, bro, Fatty, you're literally being a fucking medium for the black mentality of, you're dismissing it. You're belittling it. No, brother, the problem is this. Whenever you say it, black people get so sidetracked. It's just slavery, white man, white supremacy, oppression. You have to have a point, right? It's like an addict, right? In order for an addict to heal, you have to completely, totally have them detox and move away from whatever addiction they have, whether it be physical, whether it be mental or whatever, whether it's a porn addiction, whether it's a alcohol addiction, substance, whatever it is, right? The problem with Black people are obsessed with, brother, and addicted to the slavery narrative. And the more you bring it up, it's not enough people to differentiate that, okay, it happened, but it isn't an excuse, like JB saying, to not be successful, to use it as an excuse to where this is why Black people are in such disarray. This is the reason why Black people aren't succeeding. This is why people come here from a third world country and they're outperforming us. And the reason why I didn't mention Nigerian people, Fatty, again, because you're not here, brother, and I mean it's respect. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Africans, hold on. Africans don't fuck with us, okay? Africans purposely come here and stay away from niggas, okay? They make a differentiation of niggas to stay away from them when it's at their fucking convenience. They don't want to live in the hood. They don't want to be around the niggas because they don't want to be mixed up and confused with you, and they don't want you rubbing off on their children and messing up something they already fucking have done. Okay? The difference about the Chinese people and the Asian people, the Arab people, Indian people, all the rest of them, there's no mistaking them. You're not gonna mistake a Lil Patel for a Johnson. You're not gonna mistake a Chan for a motherfucking for a Smith. All right, but if you Ubuntu and you come over here, hey, you might get mixed up, right? And you don't want your kids rubbing off on you, getting this horrible Black nigga culture into something that you actually have from where you're coming from. So again, brother, you're speaking from a place of like you think you know what's going on, but you're not in it. You don't know. You like you say you're on the outside looking in, and that's just not what it is.
But fantastic. I'm here, and what you're saying is not true. You say
About
you did.
what?
You say you didn't mention the Nigerians because they don't fuck with us. I don't know where you live.
The other races don't fuck with us too. That's the
right,
point.
Exactly. That's
where are you? Hold up, Sean. Let me answer the question.
I didn't even finish now.
Well, damn, you niggas.
Bro, hold on, calm down. You don't even want to talk aggressive. Relax, bro. It's just a conversation. So look, I'm saying your point didn't make sense. You said you didn't mention the Africans because they don't fuck with us. The other people, quote unquote, don't fuck with us either, but you mentioned them. And so I'm from Chicago. I've lived in the New York City area. I'm in Texas now. I don't know what you're talking about. Now, I'm not saying that's not your experience, but don't act like that's the experience, right?
Okay. Can I reply, brother? Can I reply? All right, so brother,
absolutely.
Now you named 3 cities, right? What is the Nigerian population of the entire United States of America?
I'm talking about Africans in general.
Africans in general, all of them.
And for the record, I'm Nigerian. So
okay, so
please inform me.
So cool. So I can tell you this, brother. There is less than like fucking 2% total. Not even that. Probably don't even add up to 1%. So what I'm telling you is, wherever you guys go, it's a very, very knit community. Were you the only Nigerian there, or was it a group of you there? When your family, hold on, let's play this game. So when you say you went to all these other places, when your family moved, did you move around any other Nigerians, or did you move in the hood with the niggas?
I don't want to have a pointless back and forth.
Of course you don't. Okay, so you just proved my point. So it's cool, brother. It's cool. Don't answer. I'm gonna help you out. So, brother, we know you conceded that point. So let me finish. So let me help you out, brother. Again, I don't know how old you are. And being that you're a Nigerian, you may not know this, but there are not enough Nigerians, brothers, to be everywhere from a mathematical standpoint.
What
okay.
Are you talking about?
What do you mean? I'm saying exactly what I said, brother. It is not enough for you to even be in every hood. You guys make up a very small contingent of the population, period. And when you go places, you go to those places and you have a network. And that's why you refuse to answer the question I just asked you. You proved my point without even proving it, without admitting it. So again, man, it's cool. Y'all playing this game, bro. Listen, even you, brother, you're not Black, you African. So I know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm the oldest. I'm the oldest Black man. I am the oldest Black man on the goddamn panel. I don't know if I might be older than Quan, or Quan might be older than me. But
I'm older than all y'all. Number one.
So
number 2,
you're not Black. You're African.
I know.
Okay, so this is the thing, right? Because this is the fun part of this conversation. You say that Black culture is trash, that Black Americans are victims, that they are losers, and then when Africans go to the United States and create separation between them and the people that you call trash, now you get offended, right? That's the first one. It's kind of cute, right? On one side, you don't want them, you want them to treat you like you guys are the same, but on the other side, you say that the Black Americans are losers and they are trash. That's the first one, right? The second one is, again, Black people didn't do better during Reagan, during Bush Sr., during Bush Jr., they didn't. That's the reality. They didn't do better. Even during Trump, they didn't do better.
Well, hold on. Why you didn't name Trump? Why didn't name Trump?
No, I was even with up is inconclusive. I'm sorry. You guys can feel like
It
he
is
did
no,
that.
brother. It's actual
No,
data to
no,
support it.
no.
You made the
Yo,
most money.
why
No,
are you so contentious, man?
It's not contentious, brother. I'm just
Now,
simply
if you want to have that
replying.
argument about
Y'all love, brother. Y'all love
hold
just
on.
saying a whole lot of nonsensical things without being
Do you
rebutted.
want to have this debate about why
No,
it looks
let
like
me-
Vic
let
Tony
me-
made more money?
Brother. What happens is
Do
it's
you want
called
to
a
have the
simple
debate?
interjection.
Okay,
Y'all don't
hey,
ever want to be interjected when you're saying something completely totally wrong. I have a guy from Portugal. I have a guy from Portugal that's telling me stuff about the United States of America, and I have a guy that's a Nigerian that's
My
trying to
nigga.
tell me stuff about black people.
You're a
Come on,
goofball. I'm a black man from the south side of Chicago, boy. You're
brother.
a
You just said you
goofball.
was fucking Nigerian. Which is it?
Boy, you're a whole goofball. You're a goofball.
No,
Hey,
nigga,
but look, this.
you said I'm a
Me and you.
Nigerian, by
Look,
the
so look,
way.
me and you.
Now you want to be
Hey, look.
now you want to be a
So
black man. Which is it?
Look,
You can't have it both ways.
You can holler all you want. It's not gonna
I'm not
change what's
hollering. You can't have it both ways,
You
fam.
not
You
hollering. This how
contradicting
you talk.
yourself,
This how you talk.
Fantastic. Why
brother. You
Fantastic. I don't
contradicting
think
yourself, brother.
fantastic. I don't think he's contradicting himself. I think he highlighted the fact that he is of Nigerian ancestry
Exactly.
because of the point you made, but he is actually, he's from the south side of Chicago,
Born and bred here.
Okay, and
Very
brother,
simple premise.
you still identify as a fucking Nigerian, and your parents what? Hold on.
So
Let me
look,
ask you a
so
question,
you
brother.
telling
Hold
me
on.
that Irish people who are born here don't identify as fucking Irish? You a fucking dickhead, man. Shut the fuck
Bro,
up.
nigga. When you get around your parents, do you speak fucking Nigerian? Can you speak Nigerian, brother?
No, my mother's dead and I never met my fucking father, stupid. Shut the fuck up, man.
So why the fuck?
You a fucking clown, man. Shut up, man.
All right, guys, calm down. Let's get back on track because we don't want to lose the conversation in this. So, Fatty wants to make his argument about it's not better to vote Republican or vote Democratic, and it's both the same. Fatty, I don't care who you vote for, but
I'm not going to go there.
It's the mindset that's the issue. Victimhood, and it's far liberal with victim mentality. I'm not saying that.
Like me and JB literally were on the panel 2 days ago on Bernard Riley, where a 70-year-old, 70 million network white man was calling black people a hate group because there was a poll on Twitter where 25% said
it wasn't a poll on Twitter.
Whatever, right, on Twitter, great, it
was a poll by an actual organization.
Again, so again, that's literally white victimhood. Oh my God, I can say
it's
nothing
not.
without being
It's
canceled.
not.
It's
him reacting. No, it's not.
Let me
You're lying, Fatty.
Okay, I'm lying.
Thank you for fucking jumping in, JB. Because everybody's cool when you do it. When I do it, it's an issue. When a nigga just blatantly lying and saying bullshit, you want to interject, it's a problem.
Okay, I'm lying. That's fine, right? But Fantastic gave an example about alcohol or addiction, right? Oh my God, like you, Fantastic. What happens with alcohol if you are an alcoholic? If you quit cold turkey, you're going to die. The best way for you to get away from your addiction or to cure an hangover is to drink small amounts of alcohol while you still progress until you are free, right? And what I'm saying is exactly what JB was talking about. Acknowledge past oppressions, aka Holocaust, and then having associations, lobbying groups, and something that can make people.
But me and JB differ on that. I don't think they should be taught that at such a young age. I think it needs to be taught later.
I heard that before, but that's the thing, because you think it creates a culture of victimhood. Yes, and I get what you're saying, but again, we look at every other country finding power in weakness, every other culture, and then when it comes to us to turn our crime and our weakness into power, legislation, and all the subsidies, all the shit on affirmative action, for example, people complain oh no, I get it, isn't fair, but the world is not fucking fair.
But affirmative action is not power. It literally keeps you in a victim position. That's my point.
No, but it's access to power. You see what I'm saying?
No, it's not. It just keeps you in a victim position.
JB, some people.
In fact, see, I think, in fact, right? In fact, as a black person, you should be insulted if somebody gives you something simply because of your skin color. You should be insulted.
like Israel got land and still gets like 2 billion per year from the Americans just because they is a gift.
What's your
All
point?
right,
What's
guys.
your point, Fatty? Like
So
Fatty
they
always
so
loved
they-
doing.
no, wait,
Fatty,
wait,
you
wait.
love doing. Fatty, you love doing
I'm sorry, Aaron.
whataboutisms, and
No, but
ultimately,
no, it's
Fatty.
not. No, it's
Listen,
not
ultimately,
about.
Fatty.
We
Ultimately,
don't
No,
know why Israel got that. We don't know why we're willing to give it to them. We don't know what strategies in place for why it's.
and
they're
I
not
saw,
giving it.
and ultimately, but here's the thing. Here's the
Aaron,
thing.
but wasn't that Aaron? Wasn't that the
Ultimately, again.
original point?
But here's the
Hoping
thing,
that it's
though.
working?
Here's the thing. When
It
Fatty
works.
brings this up, if I'm the one may saying it, ultimately, I don't know why you bring it up to me because I don't even support us giving aid to all these countries.
Hold on, take a breather. All right, we've been hearing a lot from you. Tony B is up here. What's going on, Tony B?
What's up, Tony?
Yeah, what's going on, fellas? What's going on?
You look African. You are not black.
No, I'm definitely black. I mean, I got a little Jamaican descent in me too, but I'm definitely
Okay.
black.
What's your thoughts? I'm sure you didn't pop up for nothing.
Nah, I mean, I'm kind of on the side with JB behind this, honestly.
Boo.
I mean, listen, ain't no but love for me, man. But yeah, I'm definitely on the side with JB because, yeah, despite everything that we went through and everything like that, bro, it's nothing but us keeping us back behind this at this point.
Well, I'd even argue that there is something potentially keeping us back. We can't identify it. All we do is give it blanket statement. It's just a matter of race. They're doing something to us. We can't know what it is, but we know they're doing something like that. That's what we'll continue to do. The point of it is this. If you ask black people, what do you want? They don't give you an answer, right? And if they give you an answer, it's something so absurd that it's not even plausible, right? We can give you the money. Sure, take the money. But you know what they say? No, we need structures. If you just give black people money, they're going to blow it all. Okay, right. So if they just going to blow all the money and you need structure, is y'all going to build the structure? Y'all want us to do that for y'all. So they still in the position of help me. And that's where the issue lies. If they can't figure out, listen, we would not be talking about any other group that need help. If we were talking to leaders of the Asian community, we wouldn't be saying, oh, they need to blow all the money and buy KFCs and Rolls Royce. We wouldn't say that. We'd say they know exactly what they're going to do with it. And we're the only group that's the sad and pathetic excuse for an existence that we can't figure it out if they give us the money to do it. The only ones.
Yo, Aaron, you know what I was just thinking about, right? So if you go to like where I grew up, right? So there's this area called Dorchester in Massachusetts. If there's anybody from Massachusetts in the chat, they can back me up on this, right? And I used to go to school in this area called Phil's Corner, in Dorchester. And what's so interesting to me is if you go literally like pretty much like 2-minute drive from Phil's Corner, there's this area called Savin Hill. Now, Savin Hill is majority Asian and specifically Vietnamese, right? But it's basically the hood. Like Savin Hill is technically still the hood. It's like the Vietnamese folk who live there are poor, poor Asian people, right? Poor Vietnamese people, right? Poor working class. And what's so fascinating is that Phil's Corner, Geneva Ave, like these areas, right? Every day there's some nigga getting shot. Okay, every day there's somebody getting shot, somebody getting robbed. But you go to Savin Hill, and even the crimes you hear about in Savin Hill, even though it's mostly populated by these Vietnamese folks. I mean, there's some black people there too, but most of the crimes that you hear are black people against black people. The Vietnamese live there, and they don't be offing each other, they don't be robbing each other, right? They don't do none of that, right? But they're in the same environment that everybody else is in, right? The same environment. And this is why whenever we get to the excuses, I'm tired of them. Because I'm like, how is it that these Vietnamese folk can come and they live in the hood? Like, this is the hood. Nobody can tell me that Savin Hill ain't the hood, right? And they can come and live in the hood and they don't do as much damage to each other as black people that's living literally basically 2-3 blocks down from them do to each other. How?
Mindset.
And that's why
culture.
I'm saying, like, ultimately, we are our worst enemy, and we hate to admit it. We hate to admit that we're the fucking losers. Like, you're the loser. Just accept it. Accept it and figure out, okay, how do I get on the winning team? How do I become a winner? But we got all these excuses. We always want to blame somebody else.
Sorry, JB. I have to say this. Podcast said when you become a winner, you're not black no more.
You know what, JB, you on to something. I think what you're saying is true. I think it's mindset and it's culture. I always say that the people who have the worst hood pass is black people, black men specifically. All these other races and a lot of women They fine in the hood. We come through there, we want to know what each other's doing there. Who you there for? What's your business over here? And if you ain't got the right answer, you got a problem. So we generally don't have a hood pass, us black men. So I'm with you on that, JB. It's the culture. It's something about us. And we got these weapons for each other. I don't have them for white people or Asians. We got them for each other.
Can we point out something that we all just didn't want to admit the truth about just a second ago? What did we give the Japanese after we locked them up unwarrantedly? What do we do for them?
Funds to reconstruct everything, right?
We gave them money.
I know the Plan Marshall on Europe was partly funded by the United States.
Oh, we gave them money.
On the Japanese, I think it was too. But I don't know if it was the Plan Marshall.
No. So we gave them money. We talk about giving money to the Ukraine. We talk about giving money to all these places. But with the second we say, let's just give money to black people, we jump up and say, no. Do you not realize the hypocrisy that we have? Think about that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Plan Marshall was on Europe and Japan. Yeah.
Can we also acknowledge one other thing too? Like, because when I hear these conversations, it always come from a standpoint of we haven't tried anything in our history. A lot of the suggestions that a lot of people give to black people are things that we've collectively tried to do. And a lot of times when we've tried to do them, they either in certain ways, either the leadership dies or someone from within crumbles the whole organizations. So my thing is that we need to stop having these conversations as if black people were never in these similar positions as these other people. We were in the 70s and 60s in the positions that a lot of the Latino community was in.
Nope.
The Chinese.
No.
But we didn't have.
We need to stop making these horrible comparisons. We actually had our own communities. We all lived amongst each other. See, the people that come when they foreigners, they have to come and pick a place, and sometimes they have to live amongst us.
So what happens when our leadership, when we try to give solutions, gets assassinated? But no other races.
No.
Nobody else's leaders get.
I actually have a question that what Quan is saying. What, for example, stops Black Americans from forming again Black Panthers, for example?
You said
what stopped the Black Americans in 2003?
What's the need for it? What's the need for it?
Structure, organization.
The RICO Act. The RICO Act stops it.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
Well, I mean, it would only be the RICO Act if they're committing crimes.
Yeah, but like if you come from these specialized places, usually you're going to get yours.
Well, if you look at a bunch of these,
the threat of government violence against black leadership is a real thing. Every time we've tried to build a lot of these solutions, there's always some.
That's true. That's reality.
Some way, somehow, the black leader always gets assassinated. Sean, you from Chicago. To this day, I think Harold Washington would have been one of the best mayors that would have cleaned up a lot of Chicago had he not mysteriously just died.
Absolutely.
See, y'all need a savior. Y'all got a savior complex.
No, but nobody else. Nobody else's leaders can rise this way.
Stop asking for leaders.
I'm not talking about one leader. This didn't just happen to one leader. Name the other races of leaders where their leadership gets
because they're not depending upon a leader. That's the problem that you have. We so stupid that all we talk about is it's lack of leadership. It's lack of leadership. But when I ask you to point to the other group that's done better, and I ask you where their leaders are, you go dumb and don't know none.
But they're living. Ours are dead.
Can I say something for the record?
And Sean, I got you right. But that's actually like he's pretty fair. Like all the even like for example, Aaron, I know you don't believe this, and I don't want to put conspiracy theories out there. But for example, even Kevin Samuels, right? As soon as he gains traction and starts to get people married and black people to love each other and all that shit, like something happens.
They have convinced all black people to believe this stuff, man. We are going to lose ever. We have
Hey.
an excuse. We have something to
Facts,
tie
bro.
everything to. This
Somebody
is
else,
Facts, bro.
somebody has to go for somebody needs to be the first one with
Hey.
the flashlight.
Well,
Aaron.
That's my
well,
problem. When you
Somebody
point
needs to
well,
be the
out a
first one with the
pattern,
flashlight.
here's the thing, though. So
I'm
to
just
be
pointing out a
honest,
pattern.
but
There's
Quan,
always
I
the
think,
boogeyman that's gonna come stop you.
We create something,
Crazy, bro.
they kill the leadership. This has been
Quan,
a pattern since forever.
okay. So how did the Asian bill get passed? Who was the leader that got it passed? Say the name.
Chom chum chow.
Exactly. I'm tired of this leadership thing.
That's
Y'all,
racist, bro.
we're so dumb that we don't realize we've been convinced to be smart dumb. That we think we're so good at identifying our issues. Yeah, it's because they took our leaders away. Yeah, because we shouldn't take the money. We should take this. We think we can solve our own problems that we're dumb, smart, dumb. This is insane. We don't need leadership. We need action. And that's the problem.
Facts.
and that's
And
the
Aaron,
point. That's the point I'm
Aaron,
getting
actually,
And organization.
that's the point I'm trying to get
Bro.
to. So to be 100% honest, I don't even have these conversations in real life because I really be doing this shit. And so, Quan, my whole thing is I like to. I heard Anton say this too. I like to reverse engineer things, and I like to learn from the lessons of the past. You don't need a leader, a singular leader. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You need literally. Aaron just said what we need. We need action. We need solutions. Yes. Everything we do is solution based. It's evidence based, and we make shit happen. And I literally don't even come on here and tell y'all what I'm really doing. That's really helping everything that y'all be talking about. But you'll see it at some point, because all these conversations for me is just giving me more insight into what we're doing.
All right, I think you guys are tripping.
And by the way, I want to say, oh my bad, Fatty, my bad.
I'm just saying, if there were 100 Antons out there doing back chasers with thousands of followers knowing about financial literacy, will be way better. So there's a need for leaders and for people that are clearly above other people.
Stop.
I disagree. I disagree.
Okay.
Wait, Aaron, I'm gonna make your point even stronger, bro. If you, Aaron, you have Asian friends, so I'm sure you know this, right? Most people probably don't know this because they only know Asians from movies and maybe if they go to the store. Do y'all know that a lot of Asians don't even like each other?
Facts.
like if you like, a lot of Asians don't even like each other, right? Like, for example, Taiwanese people don't fuck with a lot of Chinese people, right? They have very strong feelings against them. But what's amazing is when it came time for that bill, they all understood it's time for action. It's time for action. So any of us that's from this Asian continent, we gonna make sure this bill gets through, right? But if you actually know Asians, I'm not talking about just seeing them in movies. You will know that like a lot of, I don't want to say most, but a lot of Asians don't like each other, especially if they're from different. Because a lot of people are inherently ignorant, and so they don't realize like there is a difference between a Japanese and a Chinese. There is a difference between a Chinese and a Taiwanese. There is a difference between a Vietnamese and somebody who's from Thailand, etc. Right? A lot of black people don't. A lot of, not just black people, a lot of people in general, right, don't realize this. And so a lot of people seem to think that Asians are just one big happy family. They're not. I can tell you this, like in real life, they're not. They're not. But somehow they're able to get a bill that says anti-Asian hate. It wasn't anti-Chinese hate. It wasn't anti-Japanese hate. It wasn't anti-Korean hate. It was anti-Asian hate.
Because
Meanwhile, black people just still bitching and moaning. And ultimately, unlike Sean, a lot of black people ain't trying to actually get nothing done, right? Because it's better to be in the I'm oppressed state, because therefore you remain a victim and you continue to have excuses for why you're where you at. This is why, personally, like a lot of people say, oh, JB, you're arrogant, right? But the reason why I do this, right, and you could even ask my wife, I do not allow room for excuses in my life ever. I completely remove room for excuses, even in interrelationship like dynamics, right? Interrelationship dynamics. I do not ever give myself room for excuses. But black people love excuses, and they love being in the fucked up positions that they are. Black people love being losers. Aaron said it best.
Still think we should do both.
All right, Fatty, I just want to read what Thinking Man said, because he's basically trying to tell y'all, does the need for leadership remove personal responsibility so you can blame someone, something instead of yourself?
Absolutely.
This is why we can't have leaders. We don't need them.
But Aaron, there's
a difference between a fact and an excuse.
No, it's like it can be both, right? But there's the thing. Let's give it a second to breathe on this. I believe when Jordan Peterson says clean your room, your own room before you try to change the world, I believe in that personal responsibility. Knowing now how Americans are very segregated a lot, like races with racism, but I believe that some people will never get their room clean for more they clean, because as soon as they get outside of the room, they are contaminated by their environment and by other people that are around them. They are going to literally give them a ceiling, right? So for more than you like, even if you clean your own room, you can help. But if your sister does this and your brother is a gangbanger, you are going to still be involved on those type of circles. So sometimes there's needs to be leaders to push that person outside of their circle. We see, for example, the example of Jay Prince, that he didn't know more than what happened on Milwaukee, and as soon as he came on this environment, a more safe and clear environment, with Anton, give him some tips and some membership, his mentality changed. So why can't we again do both? Put self accountability on people, and then tell someone that has guidance, a mentor or whatever, to pull the people that want to change out of their environment.
Real quick, I know the history about Shrimp Boy. I know the political thing that got him caught up. I know about the history of the Joe's Boys in Chinatown and who they were beefing. I know the history. Asian gangs used to go to war. That's true. But now look at them, where the power structures is. Because yes, there was outside interference that made Shrimp Boy the leader from outside entity from another country, that made him the boss here. So there's a lot of dynamics to go into that. And I know there's Asian gangs. I've already acknowledged that. Nobody's not refuting that. However, nobody's ever been able to show me an Indian gang. I'll tell you that. I've never
well, if you go to India, you're gonna find.
Oh, but if you go to India, so
no, I'm talking about in America.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying, man. Like,
I feel you.
I'm very good at this. But shout out to the Shaq channel though. Like, but yeah, bro, I know the history on that, bro. It's just
because I'm sorry.
No, go
I
ahead.
just think because we pretend like, for example, Pakistanis and Indians were on the brink of starting the Third World War like a few years ago because they don't like each other and they don't fuck with each other. And that's the fun part, right?
Oh no, I'm sorry. You can't be serious, Kev. Oh my gosh. Oh, you said Asian congressmen are their leaders? This is what we doing now?
Hey, you got the name. No, you got the name.
Crazy,
let me Google. Let me Google.
We have more people in political office than they.
Let me Google her. Let me Google her. If she looks like Asian, no, I don't care.
No, she is an Asian. She is an Asian.
Hey,
like, I know
look at this. Look
I
at
know
this.
he's talking about, but
look at this. He's right. Look at her.
I know who he's talking about, but
this
you can't say.
Crazy.
I mean, this is crazy. This is actually
no.
crazy,
Share the screen.
If you just compare and contrast.
See, I told you.
How many black people are in Congress? How many black people are in Congress?
More.
I told you.
This is not even. Bro, this is crazy.
This is crazy.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin.
No, this is not right.
Y'all just found out that there's an Asian woman in Congress.
Oh no, Aaron asked who are the leaders. He gave you a leader. Here we go.
That's
Thank
funny,
you, Kevin.
man.
Crazy. I can't.
We're going to Congress. Oh wow, this is great. Wow.
And by the way, the fun part about Fantastic say I'm Portuguese. I can talk about America. But the funny stuff is you are American, and all the time you talk about the Ukraine war. Are you European? Are you in Europe for you to talk about?
I mean, Fatty, we've already sent over $110 billion to them. We can talk.
I don't care.
Please don't remind me of that.
We've already sent over $110 billion to them, motherfuckers.
Hey, I bought
that all day. JB. Thank you, JB.
I spent thousands in Laker tickets, and I am I can talk about it. So that's the case. I help it. I have NBA League Pass. I'm helping the American economy. That's the thing. Like, you can talk about shit without being there. The war is not on the United States, and you guys talk about
nobody cares.
No, the war isn't. If we're sending over $110 billion to them, and we just committed another $10 billion while we got a toxic train derailment situation in Ohio, right here in America. The president didn't even step foot over there. But at the same time he didn't step foot, right? The same exact week, his administration is in the Ukraine promising another $10 billion. Yeah, we can talk about this shit all day if we want.
And my Netflix subscription is $12. So congratulations. I can talk about Americans. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tony.
Man, y'all so easily destroyed.
No, I wasn't really jumping up too much, but I was just adding on the JB point as far as Biden. He didn't even show up as far as the situation that happened in East Palestine, but Donald Trump went out there and started passing out orders. He didn't even show up at all. So it's like our priorities are messed up in that sense.
Bro, we had the Pennsylvania what is it? The Pennsylvania governor, or sorry, the Philly mayor. I forget which one of them, right? That went over there before their own governor did. Pulled up.
Yeah, listen, I live in Pennsylvania, so I know exactly what's going on. I live like five hours away from it, but I got people that live in Pittsburgh. That's about 45 minutes from East Palestine, bro. Yeah, bro, they having actual climate problems out there, bro.
We are doomed. This stuff is sad. No, because no matter how many good conversations we have, no matter how many things we challenge, no matter what, whenever somebody makes a good point, we'll harken back to another point, and then we'll harken back to this point. And then at the end of the day, the problem is our mentality. We can all agree to that. We all 100% agree to that.
Yeah, we have our worst enemies. Absolutely.
We are the worst enemies, but we're smart dumb because we know exactly what other groups are doing to be successful, and we refuse to duplicate it.
Yeah,
we're just dumb.
No, but let's be honest. The solution is not voting Republican.
No, I just said.
I know it's not you. It's not you. Republicans and Democrats are.
Wait, who said to vote? Who said to vote Republican?
Didn't Fantastic was here saying, "Why did you mention Trump? Why did you mention Trump?"
No, see, Fatty. This is the issue, right? A lot of times,
what
people
the hell?
don't
Like
understand
you
the point.
literally said,
Wait,
why
hold
did you
up. A
mention
lot
Trump?
of times, people don't understand the points being made, right? You notice, for example, because Fantastic was making the same point as me when he made the point about that, right? You notice I always talk about black people voting Democrats. I don't tell black people to go vote for a Republican or whatnot. I don't do that, right? I might say who I'm voting for, but here's the thing. What we're highlighting is the fact that by default, right, black folks, if you really valued action, you would not vote Democrat by default. I'm not telling you should vote for anybody else. I'm just saying you would not vote Democrat by default because they don't, if they understand, right, if they understand that they're going to get your vote regardless. They're going to get your vote regardless, and all they got to do is basically just pander to you a little bit and whatnot, but they're going to get your vote regardless. No matter what they do or say, Biden said all the fuck shit he said, and guess what? Niggas still vote for him. If they understand that, then ultimately you're showing right there that you do not actually respect results. That's what you're showing. So,
JB, let me read this super chat. I want to say something after this. Until our people stop living in the past, slavery, they will be in the same situation. This is 2023, and all of the problems of the past are gone. There is nothing stopping anyone from accomplishing what they want to do except themselves. And I hate to tell y'all this, right? We got so up in arms for an Asian bill, but they ain't even asked for no money. Ain't no other group, any other people asking for no money. They don't want no money. You know why? Because all they say is, it's land of opportunity. We don't ask you for no money. It's land of opportunity. You know what we do? We need money. Y'all owe us land. Give us our 40 acres and a mule. And then when they say, all right, let's give them the money, what do we say? Oh, no money. Because we'll just lose it like when we win the lottery because we're not financially smart. This is insane. Every time we have this conversation, destruction is just going to continue to be the future because there is no solution at all. No matter what we say, give them the money. No, we don't want the money. Well, we should give them land. Well, the land won't do nothing if we don't have the infrastructure to build on the power structure. Well, they're not going to give you a power structure, so you can forget about that. They're not giving that to no other group.
Aaron, what do all those sound like? What do all everything you just said? Aaron, everything you just said, what do they sound like? Excuses. They're excuses. That's what I'm saying. This is why I'm saying you will never, like, listen, there will be, it's a never ending thing, right? When it comes to black people and excuses, you're not going to stop. That's why, again, I keep saying this. I cannot wait for y'all to get y'all reparations. Listen, I cannot wait. I wish they would hand out that check tomorrow. Like, I wish they would hand it out tomorrow just so I can wake up the day after tomorrow and say, okay, what's the new set of excuses y'all have compiled now? Like, I can't wait. I cannot wait.
Black people are not ready for reparations. Can we just stop the bullshit, please?
No, what do black people want then, Chris J? Tell us what black people want and what's going to solve these problems.
What's going to make us even go further back is reparations. You know how I know? because what happened a few years ago when we got stimulus check? What did y'all blow that money on? And someone brought it up in the, someone brought it up in the chat. I don't like using this as an example because it's cringeworthy, but I'll say it now. What the fuck did y'all do with the PPP loan money? You blew it on stupid shit. So this government, this country has gave out multiple reasons, multiple examples on why they're not going to give black people reparations because you guys don't know how to use your money wisely. So, what y'all gonna do? Y'all don't know what to do with 40 acres. Y'all don't know what to do with the mule. So please stop.
Imagine not giving black people reparations, but says to the slave owners, "Here you go, guys. Here is the money." Like even slave owners got reparations, and black people can get the reparations. Kind of funny, but hey, man, hey, sounds like a victim to me. Sounds like an excuse to me.
Like I said, give them. I know. I'm actually for reparations.
Yeah,
give them the reparations.
Knock it out, JB.
No. I'm dead serious. I'm actually dead serious. I actually am pro reparation. Like, listen, if I had the option to vote for somebody right now that as long as I agree with them on other things, and the reparations is on their tab, I'm for it.
Yeah,
I am pro reparations. All I'm saying is though, once y'all get this reparations, I just cannot wait. Like I'm gonna be like Birdman. Like, I cannot wait. I'm gonna be waiting for right after that check hit, and then I just want to hear all the stream of excuses that's gonna come.
No. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. I wish people from the chat could come online. I'm not looking at the chat. I'm just saying this. I want you guys to come on this panel and tell me what you're gonna do with the reparation money. Just tell me what's your plans with it. What's your plan? What's your 10-year plans? I would like to know.
I'm going to do FUBU. I'm going to bring back FUBU.
I like big booty, big booty.
I'm going to bring back Jesus Christ.
This guy is crazy. But no, the reason why I'm saying that is here's why I'm saying that. All jokes aside, the reason why I'm saying that is because whatever you're going to say about whatever plans you got with money, with this reparation money, correct me if I'm wrong, aren't there grants out there available to fund your ideas, to fund your plans? That money that you're looking for, there's money out there right now for you to utilize now. They're not using it. So, personally, I don't think you guys are ready for reparation. Period.
Who is you guys? Is you too?
I don't. Listen,
I'm speaking in general. But
Christopher, I don't even think we should focus on what they do with the reparations money. All I'm saying is they got the bread. What next? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I care about, right? Like, I'm not gonna try to police what people do with their money. Like, I don't want reparations. I don't deserve reparations, and I don't want it either, right? But and so I don't really care what people are gonna do with their reparations money. I'm just saying, what next? After you get that check, because y'all this is the biggest movement y'all been pushing. Okay, now y'all got the results. What next? And I guarantee you, and this is something I'm willing to bet money on.
Asians got 30 million. Wow. Okay, so let me ask y'all this. Are they financially literate, or since they got 30 million, it don't really matter because they's gonna blow it anyway because most people don't know anything? Or does their 30 million is gonna change something because they know what to do with it?
They're more conservative. At least they keep the money. I don't know if they are more literate, but at least they keep the money. Put the money under the mattress.
Aaron, do you know how many lap dances you could get for 30 million, bro?
This guy.
This stuff is sad. Destruction everywhere we look.
It's not destruction.
Fatty. All you're going to hear is black people going against it, saying, "Oh, we're not dumb. We're not all dumb. We can do this, and that." And never going to happen.
Most people are dumb, but there's the problem with dumb people. The dumb person is the last one to know that he's dumb. There's a problem. Like, most of the population are dumb, and most population doesn't know how to manage money, even though you guys had Bernie Sanders. You lost. You get nothing.
Wait. Look what they said. Asians got 30 million and no one died. How much is Goldman Sachs willing to invest in black women?
Isn't that 2 billion or 40 billion or whatever it is the number?
No, billions?
Hell no.
Asians got 30 million.
But I'm not a black woman. But I'm going to identify as one as soon as they start doing that shit.
Aaron, on that point, by the way, right? One of the biggest victims in the business world. I don't know if you be following a lot of this. Well, you probably do be following because you're in the financial industry. Is some of the women who, because Goldman Sachs in particular, they actually hire a lot of black women, and they put them in like these very top positions. Like if you go look at their top positions, a lot of them are actually black women.
10 billion.
And,
10 billion
and
in
you
black
see, and so these black women, you know, they're obviously the ones pushing a lot of this stuff, and they're getting results. I can't even be mad at them.
Because they cry.
But no, not just they're getting results.
But they cry, but they got 10 million.
No. They're getting results, right? But that's not even my point. My point is, it's actually funny because a lot of these women, especially in the higher positions at Goldman Sachs, right? Like the amount of money they're raking in, I mean, it's mind blowing money, right? That they're making salaries, stock compensation, all types of shit. And if you go on LinkedIn, it's these same women that talk about how oppressed they are. And I'm like, I'll be scrolling through my LinkedIn, right? And because I got a few of these women, and I scroll through my LinkedIn. I'm like, you like the head of this and that at Goldman Sachs. Anyways, it's just hilarious, man. Like people always got some kind of like victimhood pays. Basically, it pays. Victimhood pays. It's a social currency. It's a form of social currency.
JB, but that's exactly my point.
No, I said social currency.
Woman and black woman is all they do. Oh my God! How can we? Okay, here we go. More scholarships. Oh my God! Okay, here we go. Affirmative action. More.
Fatty, you're missing the point. Fatty, you're missing the point. These black women, and that's why I say I'm not even mad at them, right? Like when all these men, I don't know if you remember this, but when all these men in America were upset that these women were getting the when Goldman Sachs announced this, I was the one getting on panels getting like roasted because I was like, why y'all so mad? Because they're getting results. Like the thing is, they don't just complain. That's my point. They actually have invaded these organizations. These black females have invaded these organizations and basically got themselves, even if it's not through merit, right? And I can have my opinion on that. They've gotten themselves in positions where they can actually get real fucking results, like to the tune of billions. How can you be mad at that? I'm not even mad at them.
But that's the problem. Like, but that's
all about the result.
But that's the problem because white guilt doesn't work, but penis guilt absolutely works. Absolutely, like white guilt, like white people. Oh no, because white people, they shouldn't be feel guilty about what they did to us. That shit usually doesn't work. But penis guilt. Oh yeah, we oppressed women for so many years. So let's give him this and let me give him that and let me put him on this position and let him open this role. Actually, that shit works. That's the thing. They mastered crying. They do it perfectly to a T. We don't. We say, hey, bro, just go ahead and work. It has to be both. Like we have to cry too. Like actually, we have to cry too, and there's some results happens when we cry. But the thing is, while some cry all the time, others don't cry never. It needs to be both.
And my thing is okay, what is the difference between, and I genuinely want to know this for myself. What's the difference between the truth and victimhood?
All right, now hold on. Let me read this because Kev C is my guy. He says reparations reinforce and build community infrastructure, banks, hospitals, schools, etc. Real estate and economic investment improve education. So let me ask you this, Kev C. What do you need money for that for? You can go to the black people, since you said they need their own schools. That means they're gonna work together, right? So they got enough money to build banks, they got enough money to build hospitals and schools. So what the hell they got to do with reparations? They don't need no money for that. What we talk? See, that's what I'm saying. There's enough money to build these schools and hospitals without getting reparation money. So why aren't they doing it?
Aaron, don't you want your reparations check, Aaron?
It's not about not. I don't care if they get the reparations. My point of
I'm asking you, Aaron. Do you want the reparations check?
I'm gonna just blow it. I'm gonna try to buy I'm gonna try to buy the San Francisco 49ers or something. You know what I mean? Well, why not?
but not seriously, because I'm about to leave. What is the difference between someone stating the truth or an objective fact and victimhood? That way, I know when what's happening.
There's no correlation.
I'm just telling the truth. And it gets
you lied. You came up here talking about we support Asians.
We do.
No, you don't.
That's a fact.
No, you don't. They support you. You starving. They feed you.
Facts.
No,
they come into they come into
That's a fact. Think about it objectively.
They're exploiting.
No, they not. Think about it objectively.
We do support Asians. We give Asians more money than we give black people.
You don't want to give them the money. You feel like you have no choice. It's not the same.
It's like you're saying, oh, a drug dealer supports the community. Is giving the product.
No, it's not. You're. Oh my goodness.
No, it's exactly the
Listen,
same.
they come in your
They just-
community. Listen, they come in your community, right? They come in the hood, and they say, you know what? Let me
Yeah.
set up a nice Asian restaurant with with Chinese characters. A nice Chinese restaurant. Well, I'm talking about Chinese here. I'm not like you ignorant niggas who think all Asians are the same. The Chinese will come to your neighborhood, right? And say, hey, let me set up a nice Chinese restaurant with Chinese characters that none of these niggas understand, right? And I'm gonna feed you. I'm gonna feed y'all, and y'all go over there in droves, and y'all go
For
eat.
free.
Y'all go eat. Listen, y'all
Y'all
go eat their
complaining about the
fried
name
chicken
on the
and chicken fried
restaurants.
rice.
Y'all be
I'm not-
complaining about the name on their restaurants, talking about that they have representation. Look at the name; it's in their language. Like, I swear, at every chance they get, they whine and complain because they want shrimp fried rice. They mad because they want it, and then people give you what you want, and you say, "Oh, we coming here because we like y'all." No, y'all don't. Y'all don't even like.
And you know, Aaron, you know what's even crazier? What's even crazier, right? Looking back, like niggas would go to these Chinese restaurants all the time, and then they'll still talk shit about them, right? Like you go spend your money over there, but you be talking about like, oh, they probably cooking dogs back there. Man, they probably like all the shit. All
As
the
we
shit y'all
should.
niggas talk, but y'all still
Can I get an
keep
extra
going-
sauce?
No, as we
Can I
should.
get an extra sauce?
Republicans go.
Y'all legends
Republicans
with extra
no.
sauce.
Republicans go to NFL stadiums all the time, clapping like, "Oh, black people go," and then they go, "Ah, fuck that nigga."
Oh,
Like
and
everyone
listen,
does that.
Hold on, wait, fatty. Yeah, they like Asian people so much. They running out on the nail. They get their nails done and they try to run through the door
because it's cheap.
They try to run through the
And
door.
because black people run faster than Asian people.
Oh my God.
Shut
Imagine a black person is not going to go on a black esthetician. She probably runs fast too. I'll go to the Asian.
Yo, Aaron, I was actually thinking about this too. Like, there's this Chinese store in Mattapan Square, right? And I went to it like a couple of years ago. I went to it just, I was just checking it out again. But it a lot of the things that you take for granted or like you don't understand at the time when you're young, and just in hindsight, I'm realizing like, because I'm gonna be honest, right? I used to be one of these dudes that like didn't like these people, right? Because I felt like they always want to rush us out the store and always on my hurry up and buy and all the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I used to not like them, right? But in hindsight, when I really think about it, how many times has a nigga run up in there and stole their shit, right? And then you realize like I can't be mad at them. I cannot be mad at them. Like in hindsight, when I think about it, Kevin, you got some echo. In hindsight, when I think about it in hindsight, I'm like, damn, like Kevin got the echo again. Yeah, I'm like, damn, like these niggas were stealing their shit all the time. Like the amount of times dudes listen, I know people who are stealing shit in that store. You know what I'm saying? I personally know people who steal shit in that store. So it's crazy. Like even as a kid myself, I used to like look at them, and I'm not gonna lie.
JB, watch this. You ever seen an Asian person go in a black people's store and steal their stuff?
Absolutely.
Give me an example, fatty.
What is a black store?
That's
the thing. Because that's the thing. That's what's a black store. Can you is it a liquor store? Like what's a black store?
Black people don't have nothing, fatty. Nothing.
But that's the thing.
One thing that they do be any store in a primarily black neighborhood. Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Is it better now? No, it's good.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's the headset. Hey, so look, I only came up to answer the reparations question. You guys been talking for a lot of stuff, and sorry I missed the earlier conversation. So I just I was listening to you guys talk about that. So Aaron, I put that up because you guys were talking about reparations and what black people would do with it. So that was my list. Basically,
no,
and I agree with you. I agree with you that the money is there and we should be using that money. I would say there's three things that black people need to be doing right off the rip: building strong families, economic and educational investment, and then community building. You do those three things, then all of the stuff we're talking about, all these issues and problems, a lot of it goes away.
KFC, let me ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to give black people reparations, right? Do you think we should tell them what to do with their reparations, or should it be their choice?
It needs to be their choice. And the reason is that nobody told, when everybody else got reparations, Native Americans, Japanese Americans, even the Holocaust survivors, nobody told them what to do with it. They just instinctively
so
knew.
That's
so then that defeats your point.
You just contradicted yourself, sir.
How do you mean?
I got a point that I'm making.
Oh, how did I contradict myself?
Okay, go ahead and answer that question.
No. Let Aaron go, because I think Aaron is going to end up touching on it. So go ahead.
So if you think they should have their own free choice to do whatever they want with their reparation money, they're gonna do the same thing they doing with the money they got now. And they have enough money to build schools. They have enough money to build banks. All that stuff you put in, they have enough money to do that right now. And unless that reparations say you must spend it on this, they not gonna do it.
No, look, I would say there's some money there to actually do the stuff you're talking about, economic investment and infrastructure, and even improve education. But I'm just saying, reparations helps that. What you guys are putting out is that if black people get reparations, then they just trick it off. Come on, man.
I didn't say that.
I don't know why. That's kind of that's what it sounds like. Well, you guys correct me. I'm up here now, so
that's what everybody else.
If I'm wrong. Check this out. I would say this. I would say there's going to be some people that trick it off. They're going to waste the money. They're going to be foolish with it. They're going to even waste it and blow it and all this other stuff. But the vast majority of black Americans, you give them, reparations money, they're not going to waste it.
Vast majority.
I suspect,
what evidence do you have to support this, Kevin? What evidence do you have to support this?
Because I got evidence to.
Okay, so. Well, okay, no, how many people are, being responsible right now? For whatever reason, some people have the idea that the majority of black Americans are just, irresponsible, low-life criminals and,
black women said y'all incarcerated. Black women
That's just not the truth. Well, it's not that they're wrong.
But Kevin, hold up. But it's not even just black. Wait, Kevin. Most people in general, like especially in America, most people in general are actually responsible with money. That's actually most Americans. That's a fact, by the way.
Hell, that's most people.
I'm not worried about what all the other Americans are doing. I'm focusing on what black people are doing.
No. But what no, Kevin, what I'm highlighting is that the point you just made is not true because it applies to black people too. But I wanted to make sure that I'm not even making a race thing. I'm saying that if we say that most black people are not responsible with money, I'm saying it actually goes beyond black people. Most Americans, period, are actually irresponsible with money.
Okay, all right. I mean, listen. Okay, so if that's the case,
and this is backed up by if you look at even right now, right? If you look at the rising credit, the rising credit situation for people with credit card debt, right? It's actually only gotten worse. It's gotten worse since if you look since 2022 till I think since up until January, I believe. If you look at how bad the credit debt has gone in the right in the midst of a worsening economy, right? While right in the midst of people actually not making more money. It's not like you're making more money to cover this debt, but you have more people taking out credit card debt. Car payments have gone from, I think the average, I forgot what the average was before, but it's around the average car note right now is around $700 if I'm not mistaken. Right?
Yeah, when
they've gone up
and people are $450 or $500. Okay, yeah, probably.
Yep,
yeah.
and people are still buying cars, and they're still paying that.
Yeah, you're probably right. I'm gonna listen.
They're still paying that $700 car note, right? And basically fucking up their check and taking on debt to pay on debt to pay debt. You're taking more interest to pay some other interest. It's actually pretty stupid, but there's tons of people doing it.
But that's
one of the things I look at is just how many people are middle class right now? How many black Americans are middle class? And so I'm looking. If you're already middle class, that demonstrates some level of responsibility. So if somebody just gave you more money that you didn't really earn, and they just handed you and say, hey, look, here's 50 grand or $1 million or whatever it is that the payment's going to be, then if you handed it to me, I'm going to be responsible with it. I don't know. I just hate that argument.
One sec, Kev. I need to verify Gary. Gary, is that you?
I vouch for Gary.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I know Gary's voice.
I can vouch for Gary too. I can vouch for
Gary.
I
know. Listen. I know Gary. That's my guy too. I'm just saying. Listen.
Yeah. I'm just trying to. It's just that I hear this argument all the time when it's like a counterpoint to reparations. There's gonna be people are gonna buy Cadillacs and trick it off on fried chicken and drugs.
Kevin, can I ask you a question?
Like,
can I ask you a question, Kevin?
Wait. Hold on, Kev. Stop lying.
Against the worst people in the
Kev,
group?
I love you. You're my guy. I appreciate you every time you come up. You're the OG. What are black people buying with their money now?
I'll wait.
Look, I look
it
at
ain't it gonna be no magical overnight. Hey, we're smart now. That ain't happening.
Yeah, but I mean, okay.
So
what I would say is, I look at the
Rolls Royces.
Here's what I would do. Aaron. I look at
the Rolls Royces is next up.
I would look at the percent of the people who actually are doing something.
Well, Aaron, at least they get to eat.
Right? So
at least they get to eat
I gotta
the
look
chicken
at it. But I'm just, I mean, everywhere I go, I see black people being responsible. Now I understand we have an element that's irresponsible, bad actors, You know, we even have some criminals in the group. I understand that, but
Like,
I don't know why we act as if that's the majority.
Yo, Aaron, wouldn't you agree that it's better to eat fried chicken in the Rolls Royce, Aaron? Come on, bro. Wouldn't
So my
you?
question to you gentlemen is, why would you measure the entire group against, you know, a subset of, you know, bad actors?
we're not okay because we're actually doing deductive thinking, right? We're not even saying the majority of black people are criminals or bad. What we're saying is the majority of black people all have their data combined. And if we use the same black people that exist today, Saturday, March 4th, and give them 1.8 trillion, whatever it is we're going to give them for reparations the very next day and say, here, there's nothing that would suggest, no data, no personal experience, no anecdote, nothing that would suggest they would do anything different from on March 5th than what they did on March 4th.
You gave me
Kevin,
a bunch
I got
of
a question
money.
for you.
I'm gonna everything I just told you, I'm gonna invest it. Real estate.
But that's you, Kevin.
I'm gonna
Kevin,
build
I got a question
institutions.
for you,
I'm
Kevin.
gonna build out infrastructure, hospitals, banks, schools.
Kevin, I got a question
rec
for you,
centers,
brother.
all this other stuff is gonna support the community. Go ahead, man. JB.
All right. Do you think black people need black banks?
Yeah, I would say yeah. They
Okay.
do. Yeah.
Why?
And not only that, don't other groups already have them?
No, I'm just asking a direct question right now.
Well,
So why do you think black people
and
need
I
black
would
banks?
say that because you see all the complaints. Everybody loves to do the systemic complaints about, well, I go to Bank of America and I'm getting denied for a loan. All right. But even if my credit is better or similar,
Leave it, Aaron. Leave it, Aaron. Leave it. Go ahead.
Even if my credit is similar or equal to or better than somebody who's non-black. All right. So if that's the case, then you have black banks. Then they're more empathetic to that situation, especially if your credit is already good.
So Kevin, would you believe me if I told you that what you just said is actually not true? And actually it's been proven. It's actually been proven that actually black banks actually deny black people more on loans than other banks do. And you know why? It's actually
probably because those people don't qualify. I don't have an
yes,
issue with somebody not getting denied if they don't qualify.
But
I mean, I don't have an issue with that.
No. I'm saying the same people, right? The same people, they go to black banks with the same credit profile, go to black banks and they go to other banks. They get declined more by black banks than they do by the other banks, right? So this is highlight. That's why I asked you that question, because I knew I was going to get that answer from you, right?
Okay.
And here lies the problem when people make everything about race, and people think that if I have representation, if it's black people, and ultimately you just don't understand how the system works, because one of the things that actually makes it harder for, if you have like a niche bank, it's actually harder for them to extend loans. Like they have to be more stringent because first of all, they have less capital, less assets under management, right? So by default, you basically capped what the bank is allowed to is able to loan out, right? Because by default, if they're focused on the black community, right, which is a niche, and that niche also has a limited amount of wealth, by default, you've basically limited how much they can actually, you've capped it, how much they can actually ever loan out. So one, they have that level of, they have that right there, preventing them from giving out certain loans. And on top of that, they still have to have underwriters, just like the rest of these banks, that have to look at your credit profile the same way that these other banks do. But now these underwriters not only have to look at your credit profile the way that underwriters at other banks do, but they have to incorporate into that underwriting decision what they're able to even loan out in the first place, and they're already limited in funds. So what I'm saying, I'm trying to point out that ultimately the whole banking black movement is actually flawed, like inherently, like by default, it's a flawed narrative. Like banking black will not actually bring black people much more results, right? Instead, the better solution is for black people to understand how the financial system operates, one, and two, understand how do I make sure I have the best credit profile? How do I make sure that I remove as much of what looks like risky behavior, right? Like all these things that can make me look like a risky customer. How do I remove those so that I can actually be approved? And it can start from like small decisions. Like, why are you financing a phone, for example, right? Because guess what? That phone can now, if you don't pay off that phone, you can. And I know people who've had this issue, right? But even a phone can fuck up your credit because you finance a phone. Something that's simple.
Hey, I'm not going to argue you because I'm not a banker. I'm not a finance guy. I'm not super into that. I just know the general information, and I would agree with you on that. But why wouldn't we do both? Which is, go to other banks that are, because okay, let's look at Bank of America, huge
No.
conglomerate, right? But why not get the black banks to the point where we can get to that point? Why not work with the black banks so we can get to that point? Why not do both?
I have to leave, man. Hey,
Okay, I appreciate you, Fatty.
Thank you for the all you before you and Sway. Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. See you guys later.
When you work so yeah, well, you can do both. You know, work with the like Bank of America and invest in black banks too.
So let me ask you this: Are banks are these so-called white banks giving out loans to everybody but black people?
No. Everybody gets loans.
Everybody gets loans.
But everybody has to be approved. Everybody has to be approved.
But other groups have their own banks. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I know specifically Asians do. They got banks all over those Asian communities.
What's the name of the bank?
I mean, I don't know the names of the banks, but I know that they do because when I don't really go into Asian areas too much, but when I do read up on it and then I see the banks and all this other stuff that are listed, that's kind of how I found out.
There's only like some random small banks in some random Asian communities that have like that happen to be owned by Asian people.
Yeah,
but it's not like
no national.
It's not like
Asian
some
bank.
big like bank like for Asians. It just doesn't exist.
Okay, and that's fine. But what I'm saying is, we can be doing the exact same thing. There's nothing wrong with that.
But we are. There actually are black banks, by the way. It's just that they don't do well. They don't do well because
I think it's Greenwood Bank. And that's what I'm saying. So there's nothing. So shouldn't black banks be working to get to the point where they're more of a conglomerate, similar to all these other bigger banks?
In my area,
so that when you talk about black banks, like you get the Wachovia, Bank of America. What's the other one? All these other big
Chase, all that stuff. Yeah.
Morgan Stanley, Chase, Wells Fargo, like all these big banks. Like we should really have at least. I just gave you 3, so we could we need to be able to get to the point where a black bank is literally that big.
Do you know why you're not going to be able to get that big? You know why they're that big? This is why they're that big. Because other people actually make regional banks, small banks, y'all call them credit unions, all those things, and then they fail. And you know what happens? Big banks come in and take control of those areas and those banks. And all they do is consolidate. So you're never, ever really going to ever get there because you would have to consolidate on other banks and consolidate the market over and over again. That's not going to happen. That's why the same banks that are the big banks continuously be the same damn names. They just switch rankings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's the same thing. You're not
right. I've seen that happen. I've actually seen that happen. Credit unions open up. Next thing you know, there's a big conglomerate.
Yeah.
It's Bank of America now. I've seen that happen. You're right.
I got a question. Is it Kevin?
Yes.
Would you want these banks to just be black owned and be open to everyone, or would you want a specific black owned bank that would only specifically hand out the majority of the loans to like have a sort of prejudice towards other people trying to get loans?
No, I would say so. Here's what I would look at: is when I say something's black, I would say it's probably like 80 to 90% black, and then other people are, if they're interested in being a part of it, that's fine too. It's kind of like the HBCU thing. It's kind of like HBCU, right? 85 to 90% black student population, but other people can come there too.
Well, to make Bumpkin's question even better, Kevin, because I get what your response was, but you didn't actually answer his question, right? So to make it easier, I'll say this: would you want it to be explicit in how the bank market itself that it's a black bank, or would you just want the bank to happen to be owned by black people, right? But to be owned by black people, but not necessarily highlight or market that it's a black bank?
Okay, all right, that's a good question. That's a good question. I would like I'd rather have it black owned and not necessarily marketed towards black people. That's
there you go.
Better.
And that would probably be successful because you're opening hold on. But you're opening it up to anyone that can apply for a loan. So you know what I mean? That's how capitalism works, right?
Yeah,
that's how it is.
I'm fine with something being. I'm actually happy. I'm actually fine with something being black owned and everybody's using it. I don't know about that.
But y'all don't make no sense because y'all can't play.
But Aaron, that's how you build capital. Aaron, that's how you build capital.
Yeah, you don't exclude them. You don't turn people away.
That's not the point that we're talking about. Why would I ever go to a black bank to do that when I can get a better deal from a bigger bank?
You don't get a better deal from a bigger bank.
Maybe you won't.
Are you out of your mind?
Wait. You actually wait. Yeah, it depends, right? Because I think what you're getting at is like you can get better deals sometimes from your local credit union if you're a member. But other than that, you actually are 9 times out of 10 you're gonna get a better deal from a bigger bank. That's actually a fact. Like unless you're talking about specific things that you can get from a local credit union of which you're a member, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna get better deals from bigger banks because they have the
Okay.
abilities to actually give you better deals.
But
Let me
see,
ask
but
you guys
wait,
something.
wait, stop. Let me make something clear to y'all, because this is what y'all not paying attention to. I try to let you guys come to this conclusion on your own, but I have to force feed it. When black businesses are created, are other people from other groups coming to our businesses to patronize our businesses?
No, not often.
No, they don't. That's why the black businesses go out of business, because technically we the only ones that really go to our businesses to support them. Every now and then you might get some one-off people, but that's why they fail, because other groups won't do it. So why do we have this weird, twisted thought process that if we have black-owned banks, these people from other groups that already have their banks gonna come to us?
Well, the problem, Aaron, the problem actually lies at what we just touched on with Kevin, is that because again, a lot of black folks are so focused on the, let's put a black face on things that they don't understand. It's like I would rather, for example, I would rather be a founder of a tech company, right? Who happens to be black. I'm not gonna go out there and parade like I'm a black-owned company. Hey, I'm a black-owned company, right? Because the moment you do that, you actually put yourself in that box. The moment you do that, you put yourself, you make yourself a niche, and you literally, from a business perspective, you cap your revenue, right? You cap the resources that you're able to get just by doing that. And black people consistently do that, and they don't understand how it works against your own interest. It works against your own interest to say, here I am, black bank, right? And so this is why you'll see like the average black banks that still exist, right? It's either, first of all, the black banks, it's either they end up going under, like Aaron talked about, like either some bigger bank takes control over them, or the FDIC pulls up and basically takes control over the bank, one or the other, right? Or if they stay active, right? If they stay active, they basically end up, still, they function. They're able to function, but they have very minimal assets under management, right? They can barely give out like big loans, etc. So you actually create the situation that you're in when you focus so much on this black thing. You actually create the issue that you're in. Instead, I think the smartest thing to do would be, hey, let's create the same type of infrastructure everybody else is creating without making race the central point.
But JB,
and then you just so happen to have that power.
There's a reason why these other groups have their own bank, and this is the most important thing that you guys need to understand. Language. People want to speak to people that speak their own language, because a lot of people that make money don't speak English a lot of the times. But when they see somebody that looks like them and speaks their language, it makes it easier for the process. The problem is black people speak English. We already have banks to go speak English to. What the hell we need a black bank for? Other than this prideful thing or the hopeful thought, oh yeah, because it gives us more power. Other groups have reasoning, and it's because they speak the same damn language. Otherwise, were we going to a black bank for when I can go to a white bank, we both speak English. And y'all don't even trust black people. So these whole
and you're gonna get a better deal. And you're gonna get a better deal. Like
what about businesses in a primary? Okay, so
no, Aaron, I'm saying you're gonna get a better deal at that other bank. Like why would I go to your bank just because you got the black label on it when I'm gonna get a better deal elsewhere? Like that's silly to me. I'm not gonna do that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know we share the same skin color, but I'm gonna go to the bank that's gonna give me the best deal. I'm sorry.
And I wouldn't be upset with you for doing that. You go where you get the better deal. Now, but let me ask you guys this though. A primarily black neighborhood, primarily black-owned businesses. I mean, you really don't have to say that. I mean, that's literally black people spending money with black people, primarily. Not, it's not gonna be 100% black, but 85 to something.
That's not
black in a primarily black neighborhood.
This is why we're lost, right? I'm gonna try this again. The reason other groups succeed is because they get everybody's money. If we can't get the other groups to take our money, take their money, we're not doing anything. We're running in circles because we can circulate our own money just fine. But they can circulate their money and our money. So if we can't get their money, we still in last place. Do you understand? It's just basic math.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong. So, and what you're talking about is
but that just goes down to marketing at the end of the day.
We should be doing that too. Like I don't see why you can't do both.
Okay, here
a lot of money within a primarily black neighborhood and extend yourself out to other people.
A lot of small banks.
It's not independence; it's interdependence.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Yes, a lot of small banks are a good stepping stone for young people. So, for instance, with my bank, I can probably walk in there and get $10,000 loan right now, with not that much interest. It doesn't seem like a lot.
That's your white, bumpkin. That's because you're white.
I enjoy it. Is he white?
It might not seem like a lot, right? It's not a lot of money, but for I'm 23, that could buy me a new truck. You know what I mean? And a reliable vehicle, it takes you a long ways. Now,
black people already got this. What is we talking about?
Okay,
what
so
do you
Bumpkin,
mean?
I mean not Bumpkin. So what's okay? So JB. So let me ask you this though. I mean, again, I'm not a finance dude. I know a little bit about it, but not too much. That being said, what Bumpkin just talked about. See, like, say you put a bank that primarily services it services everybody, but primarily black clients, and then you go with the small loans. Because I actually like that idea. You get a $10,000 or $15,000 loan for whatever it is you're going to do. You build yourself up, and then you can actually go to bigger banks and do that same thing.
Yeah, y'all think
So Kevin,
this is crazy.
So Kevin, what you're highlighting is that's just Kevin, what you're highlighting, that's just a product within a bank, right? So for example, like Discover has a number of credit cards, but they also have a secured card, right? That then turns into like the regular Discover card, right? But that's just a product for Discover. It's just a product that has its own set of terms and agreements and whatnot. And the reason I'm highlighting this is because, again, you already fail the moment you make it so that it's serving this clientele primarily. To Aaron's point, you've already put the bank in a capped position, right, by default. And so this is why these banks can never thrive. They can, like, none of these black banks can ever thrive and reach the level of like even some of their competitors, in terms of assets under management. Like, some of their competitors will reach their level and then exceed them and then leave them behind, because they can never thrive beyond the cap that they've actually imposed on themselves, right? So the actual solution is to actually not make it a focus on race, especially since, listen, as much as black people want to believe it, I don't know how many times Aaron has to say this, or I have to say this, somebody else has to say this, right? Race has nothing to do with underwriting. The reason you get a loan or not get a loan is due to the underwriting process. That's it, right? It's due to like the mathematics, and there's real math behind it, depending on your region, your area, etc. How likely you are to default, your age, whether or not you went to college, whether or not you own a home, etc. Like, all these factors that they just feed into a mathematical equation. And I'm telling you right now, there's not a single variable on there that has race in it. Okay, the variable, all these variables go into this equation and say, hey, whether or not they think they strongly should give you a loan, somewhere in the middle, etc. And then, yes, there's somebody at the end who ends up, basically based on that, right, ends up making the final decision, right, on whether or not we give that loan. But ultimately, the real solution is actually understanding.
He'll come back in a second.
My check.
Yeah, just kind of shift around a little bit, man. We lost you.
They got him.
Shift around a little
They
bit.
got him. He was talking too much.
Moving around.
But no, Aaron,
My bad. Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me now?
He's back. Go ahead.
My bad. Basically, all I was saying is that there's not any variables that having to do with race. Now, what tends to actually happen with black people is that, because a lot of black folks, unfortunately, tend to not do well on these other variables, it looks as if these banks are targeting black people, right? So, for example, if you have more black people that have poor credit scores, right, then it starts to look like, oh, y'all discriminating against black people. No, the issue is that you have poor credit scores. Let's work to increase the credit scores, and then you get approved more, right? That's the issue right there. But because ultimately, though, here's why this is an important point, Kevin. Because ultimately, the more we keep focusing on the race aspect and we keep making it seem like that's the issue, we never actually address the real issue, right? The real issues that should be addressed, we never actually address them.
I'm like you. I would love to get away from the racial aspect and construct of whatever it is we got going on. But, understand, race is a factor in the United States. But I do agree with you as it relates to what you're talking about is, look, I'd rather have black people own it and not make a big deal about the fact that they own it, and just accept everybody. The best people who can, who's going to improve that business. So
Gary,
I would get away from trying to make it black, but I look at it like this: if it's in a primarily black area, then your clientele is going to be primarily black. You don't turn away
but
anybody.
you don't have to, you don't have to expressly say that. But I have a really good question for Aaron. Okay, Aaron, if the United States government can send $70 billion to Ukraine, why can we not? Even if what you're saying is true and black people are just going to waste the money, it would still be a huge economy boost. either way. So why, in God's name, would we just not give them reparations?
I'm not advocating against reparations. I've not made one argument why they shouldn't get reparations. Everybody else have done that. The comparison with Ukraine is not different because on a low level of thinking, you have to understand there are people much more smarter than us that have been running this country for much longer than us that understand strategy and strategic plays that they must make to defend themselves for 20, 30 years down the line and not conceding land, population, resources, and power to other places across the countries is not a good idea. So us giving money strategically to deplete other military resources and to put ourselves in a position to get an advantage for future war potential is smart. It has nothing to do with it. Is extremely smart.
Aaron's actually right.
Are you for Biden sending money to Ukraine?
I don't. If that's what y'all think is Biden, right? I don't be focused on the person that standing over. I'm
right.
telling you.
Are you for the government doing that?
I'm telling you that America has been in this position for a long time. And I know we like to think that we're going to lose our position. We're going to get second place, whatever you want to believe. But if they understand, hey, we need to help the Ukraine out because they're going to weaken a potential enemy for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years down the line. And we need to make strategies in place to prepare for that. And this is one of the overt things that the people can see, but they don't understand the things behind the scene. I am for that. It's not the same as giving reparations money. It's not.
No, so Aaron, let me go ahead and say this. Let me defend Aaron on that real quick because he is right. There is a strategic reason to send all of that money over, and understand we're sending money, not soldiers. That's the other thing too. And then on top of that, you talk about the immediate effect and the residual effects of doing what it is the United States is doing right now, sending those billions of funding, and then the
I don't care if
20,
we
30
send
years down the road.
beings over there. If that's what it takes for us to win in the long run.
Aaron, I think you're wrong on this one, right? Because I do think
this war ain't got shit to do with
this
you
one
don't know that.
No, Aaron, listen. Aaron, listen.
There are some
Check
strategic
this out,
reasons
Aaron.
for what the United States is doing.
No, check this out. Here's the thing. I do agree that there's typically strategic reasons, right? But right now, the risk reward equation is pretty serious right now, right? Because ultimately, like, we're engaged in this proxy war, right? And this proxy war is really with Russia, but we love the fact that Ukraine happens to be the way that we can go to war with Russia right now, right? Or we can target Russia. So when by the way, it's not 70 billion, Bumpkin. We've already sent over 100 billion, right? And we just committed another 10 billion. So
okay.
So here's the thing. Right now, we're at the brink of World War III, and this is not an exaggeration.
Mm-hmm.
We're fucking with a nuclear power who is unwilling to lose. Okay, Russia is unwilling to lose. Putin has made it clear he's not losing. In fact, it's really bad for Putin if he was to lose. So when we keep fucking with him like this, it is not a good look. And especially as we're doing this, Russia is aligning more with China.
Yeah,
which then puts us at an even higher risk because of how much we depend on China. One, right? So we have this actual dependence on China. On top of that, China is actually not like, if we were going at war with China, that would already be a big thing. But when you have Ukraine, when we're at the brink of World War III, starting with Russia, and then they're aligning with China, and they already got their own thing going on. Where, by the way, as a side note, it's a very important side note. They're actually trying to set up their own currency.
Okay.
Counter.
I can see that all that you guys are saying may be true, but my point stands. It has no comparison with reparations. Whatever reason we're involved in this has nothing to do because they don't want to pay back.
Well, yeah, I agree with that.
That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was.
Know all that other stuff and pretend like no, they just know stuff we don't know, and we just gonna have to live with it. That's just.
Can I ask a question, please? Tell me which group that was ever enslaved got reparations.
It's a hell of a good question.
Does it have to be enslavement?
Yeah, it got to be enslavement. You heard what the goddamn he says. Strategic.
Thank you, Aaron.
I mean, okay, but to be fair though, right? Because I get where Gary,
down to the United States or across the world.
I get where Gary's going with this though, right? Because he's kind of right actually.
Are you drilling that down to the United States or across the world?
Not kind of right, JB. I'm 100%,
No, no, no.
bro.
Gary is actually right where we're going with this, but I don't think it's fair to put it like that, Gary, because if you like, for example, if you look at the Untouchables, right? Millions of them were straight up like murked, deleted, okay? And so I would say that's probably even worse. Well, not worse, but I don't want to do the comparison game. But it's I
Oh
think it's
shit,
at least
baby.
I think it's at least just as bad as like, you know, enslaving people, like just
Well,
basically
we can
being
think
like
it's just as
genocidal.
bad, my bro. But from the history of men, no group that was ever enslaved has ever gotten reparations or anything.
The Untouchables did.
They were
They were
never
not enslaved though.
enslaved.
They were never.
The
When
hell
they
do you
talk
think
of,
a
So
What?
Well,
Hold on, they
the
were
concentration camp, the
hold on.
concentration camp.
No. They were worker camps, Gary. What are you talking about?
It's
they
not the
were
same.
never
How is that
enslaved,
not the
Duncan.
same?
It's
Okay,
not
let me try to
the same.
explain to you if you don't know the difference. Being enslaved is them, whatever the transaction was from Africa to the West, and over 100, 200, 300 years of you working for somebody for nothing. That is being
Wait.
enslaved. Being
So
in, hold
slavery,
on, let me, since you asked the question, let me answer it. What the small hat people, what you guys are talking about, went through,
Untouchables.
untouchable. Well, some of them
no,
are,
that's a
I
different group.
guess.
Small hats
They
and
went
Untouchables are
through a
different.
whole different situation. At no time were their people enslaved for 50 years, 20 years. Understand? So slavery is totally different than war and massacre. With the
I mean,
Japanese, they were
they're
locked up
different.
in an internment camp. They weren't enslaved. They didn't have to go work and do this or do that.
Yeah, but the small hats did though. That's the thing.
What were they working at? Were they building railroads? Buildings?
No,
So
it was
let me ask you
it was
something,
worker
Gary.
camps.
Is that are you using that as a technicality to not to support not ensuring reparations? Is that your point?
My point is, reparations will never be a thing. I think talking reparations is a waste of time for modern people today. First of all, none of us that's been born in the last century have any clue of what slavery was. None of us.
I mean,
We've been
we have a clue though. We just was
no,
never.
we've been told stories.
No, there are some people that spend a lot.
Don't do that, Gary. Don't do that.
Grandparent was a slave.
Yeah, because
They'll tell
Because
you.
if you
you're
open
starting to
that
get
can
into
of
the
worms,
regular talking points that
we
everybody else
gotta
talks about.
apply that to everything else. So let's not do that.
Apply
Yeah, you're
that to
starting to get into
everything
the
else as
regular
what?
talking points that everybody else talks
Put
about.
it this
You
way.
can
So
you can't say we wasn't there to experience it, so there's no possibility we know that it existed or the
No,
severity
I
of
never
it. We
said
can't
that.
do that.
Hey, you know what?
That's what you're saying. All I'm
You,
saying, none of us who's been born in the last 100 years have any clue about real slavery.
okay, that's fine. Hey, check
Understand?
this out, Gary.
Okay.
Check this out,
I
Gary.
know
So
that
you
down south that they had the Jim Crow thing, but a lot of people from that era is better off than people in today's era,
Then
and
you
they
might
have
want to avoid
less.
Mississippi and
But
Tennessee.
but
Then
Gary. So
Yes,
this is
sir.
why I will concede to your point about the enslavement part. But I just don't think I just don't think it's a fair or a good faith argument, right, to make it about enslavement because there is a good argument for reparations. Like even if you look at like let's just say the small hats, right? You look at them and you see the fact that I might get the dates wrong, but I think from like the 1940s, 50s, somewhere around that time, up until literally just a few years ago, the German government paid almost 100 billion, if I'm not mistaken, in restitution, right? Almost 100 billion dollars to their the families of Holocaust victims and stuff like that. So
correct.
there is an argument now. Now, one thing I would say is like um, during that period of time, that's a small, well, it's a relatively small amount of money compared to what Black people are asking for in terms of reparations in America. But despite that point, like I just don't think it's a good faith argument to make it focus solely on enslavement because ultimately there are other people who went through other like massacre is terrible. Like it's not enslavement, but yes, massacring an entire group because of what they identify as or who they like with their faith and whatnot. Like that's actually, I mean, it's still terrible. So I guess I just don't understand why you want to focus specifically on enslavement.
Because that's what people are asking for reparations for. for their foreparents being enslaved.
Well, I mean, it's a bill that was due in 1865 if it was going to be paid. Look, you know what? Black people.
That's why I said it's a worthless argument in 2023.
Well, so that's not black people's problem. Was black people's problem, but it's not black people's fault that it didn't get paid. The government
It
just
don't
refused to do
matter
it.
if it's whose problem or fault. I'm
Well,
just saying
it's a
it's a
problem thing.
useless argument in 2023 because anybody with any brains know that is never going to be done because who's going to pay it?
Everybody always asks that
taxpayers.
question.
The
I mean, it would be
taxpayers.
the government. It
I
would be
know,
the
but
government.
That money
the
comes from the United
government.
States
We're,
government.
Well, Gary, you can
hold
say
on,
that, but we're sending $110 billion to Ukraine, so
brother.
the
That's
money's
just
there.
And
business.
we loop right back
Hold
The
on,
around. That's
money
what I
hold
was
is
on,
saying.
there.
hold on. I know you all are talking about the Ukraine thing, but that's just business, brothers. Come on, let's look
Okay,
at the
then we
big
can go
picture.
back to the pandemic when it was giving
Wait,
out
wait. So
stimulus
actually,
checks.
let me
The
ask.
money's
Let me
there.
wait. Let me ask Gary this. So Gary, do you support what's going on in Ukraine? We don't have to get into it, but
Full
do you support it?
mayo up.
Well, I think the whole thing in Ukraine, and you guys might think I'm crazy. I think it's just theater. I don't even think
No,
it's
but do you
real.
support it? I just want to know, right? Because I'm trying to make an argument.
I
real
don't
quick.
support or
Like,
not
do you support us? Do you support us sending all that money to Ukraine?
No.
I don't support anybody sending other people's money anywhere, but I support
Okay.
business because I look at the
Okay.
bigger picture. While we think Putin and Biden and Xi Jinping and all these guys are enemies, these guys sit down and have drinks every other day. This is all
Okay.
theater, brothers.
So that's beside my point, right? So the reason I asked that, but you actually kind of answered my question. So what I was getting at is this: is that what if we took, right? In fact, just in comparison to what the comparison I made with the small hats, right? Because they got about 100 billion or somewhere. I think it's actually a little bit under that total from the German government. So what if, let's just say for the sake of argument, we had taken that money that we sent to Ukraine and said, let's just give it to American descendant of slaves.
If they did that within less than a year, they'd have it back. We've already come on.
There's
Let's
that
be
argument
honest.
again.
Hold
Black
on,
people don't know how
no.
There's
Let's
that
be
argument
honest.
again.
Huh?
Let's be honest. We have a lot of wealthy black folks, musicians and sports athletes. Mainly in the
1.6 million continue.
maybe in the entertainment industry. You know what we spend we have to show people we have money. That's why I said it will be gone in a year. Other different kind of people with money, you don't even know they got money. We spend our money on different kind of things. We like the flash and glitter because we all get $1 million tomorrow. Every man's got to drive a new Rolls, got the new chain, got this and that. Like, let's get real.
So Gary, you don't agree with me that it's better to eat fried chicken in a Rolls Royce?
No, because they're gonna come for the Rolls.
What's up with JB today?
I'll just bring
Gary is
under,
going
JB.
off. Black
I'll
people
tell
don't know
you
how to
why
manage money
it's not
anymore.
good. Because most of the people that's gonna buy that Rolls Royce, they're not gonna buy it. They're gonna lease it, and within a year and a half, it's gonna get repoed.
Gary, hey, in my
All right,
little
so
podcast,
you're basically
voice.
going with the black people don't know how to manage money argument. Which,
We know that.
Hey,
Just look
Gary.
at every black-run country
Well, I mean,
in the
okay.
world.
I mean, if you don't know how to do it, then just say you don't know how to do it.
Hey,
No,
If
Gary.
I'm
I get money, I know how to
on
manage it.
Mars.
If you don't know how to
I'm
do it, then
from a
just say you
black
don't know how to do
country.
it.
I'm
Just,
from.
just say, Gary.
Hey, Gary,
No,
do you think
I know how to
African
manage money.
Americans are the only poor people in America?
No, there's
Okay,
about
wait.
3 or
Stay there,
4
stay there,
more
stay there for a minute,
times
right? Stay
for
there.
white
So
Hey,
people.
me,
so
Gary.
you would agree that if other races, including white people, are poor, that they probably have bad money management skills, or they're probably lazy as well, right?
I never ever said anything
I'm
about
asking you a
lazy.
question. I'm
I'm
asking you a
just
question.
said
I'm
yes,
just
they
saying
do have poor
okay.
money management skills.
So think about it, right? So what you're saying, it makes it sound like it's a function of people being black that they wouldn't know how to use that money.
No,
Poor
it's a
people,
function of
no,
people being irresponsible,
right? So
not
no,
black or not.
what I'm trying to tell you is that's not inherently a black thing. People are poor because they're poor, because of their mindset, because their work ethic. A lot of things is not just a black people thing. So what you should be saying, if you're having a genuine conversation, is that if you gave most people in America that money, or damn near all poor people, they would fuck it off. That's a genuine statement.
Well, that's obvious, but we're talking about reparations for black folks, so why would I include anybody else?
Because you're making it sound like,
It just sounds like
No,
that's
I
the way
don't
you would
make it
spend your
sound. I
money.
say exactly what I mean.
Are you eligible for reparations? It just sounds like that's what you would do with it.
Who,
Because
me?
that whenever I hear this argument, I always go, well, that's what you would do.
No, well,
I'm not gonna let you put that on me.
I
or
just
the
give
rest
you a
of the
little
group.
information about me.
I'm
There,
just
kid.
not gonna let you do
Kevin
it.
C. Casey.
Mm-hmm.
I've been
ahead, man.
retired since I'm 40 years old. I know how to manage money very, very well.
But this is the thing, though, bro. All of us are black, and you think any of us will fuck our money off?
I don't think anybody on this panel would.
Right,
But we're not talking. Hold on, let me finish.
Mhm.
But we're not talking this small group.
But no,
But
you
if we
assume
go-
that the group is small, and so look. So I was previously what y'all would have called a Pookie or Ray Ray, right? But then I elevated, and
We're
so
just gonna go with
what?
Pookie because Ray Ray is a real person. So we're just saying
Right.
Pookie.
So what you're discounting is people's ability. You're assuming that just because people are quote unquote poor, that they have no common sense. That most of them don't. Right. That
Yes,
they won't
that's a
be
fact.
willing
I'm
to
not
say
assuming.
that. I didn't even finish. You're assuming that they wouldn't be like, damn, let me get some financial literacy. Damn, let me figure out what to do. Now, you're right. A lot of people, no matter what their race is, would fuck the money off. They would just go do a bunch of goofy shit. The pandemic kind of showed us that. But that wasn't just black people. Just let the records reflect that. But what I'm saying is there would be
Thank
some
you.
people who would be willing to, damn, you know what? Let me get some financial literacy. Let me get a financial coach. Let me figure out how to make this money make some money.
Okay, I'll kill your argument right now. Right now, you can do that for free on the internet. You don't need anybody to give you this financial this or that. You have the internet. Like, brothers, I'm born in the 60s. I see what you all have today. You can touch the world. Back in the day, if we want to touch the world, we write a letter. We can't even afford the long distance call. There's no reason today. Okay,
Gary's on his
financial literacy
bullshit
is
again.
right at the tip
Can I
of
ask you
your
a question
fingers
then?
if you
Can,
want
can
it.
I
Okay.
say something
So
right
look,
quick
you
before
did a
y'all
lot.
continue
You've
y'all
been doing a lot of
conversation?
talking about. Give me
Please
one
let
second,
us finish.
JP. JP, one last thing, bro. Gary. Okay, how would you
Sean,
solve the
can
problem?
I please say something before y'all go
Yeah.
ahead? I'm finna just hop right off.
My bad, JP.
After y'all get done, whatever, I want y'all, especially all y'all, everybody I fucks with over here, been fucking with forever. Well, ever since I've been on here. I'm finna do a show at 6. Well, in like 10 minutes. I'm about to open up about a lot of stuff and tell the truth so I can move forward in a positive direction and get a lot of stuff off my chest.
Everything good, JP?
Huh?
Everything straight? I'm
We
just
got to
making
tune
sure.
in to see. Got to
We're
tune in
gonna
to
we're
see.
gonna pull up. I just want to check on you.
Got
You
to
good?
tune in to see. We tapping in. We tapping
Just
in.
tap in, man, and I guess I'm gonna let it all out. Then I'm gonna move forward from everything, especially all the beef stuff. JB too, man. I expect for you to just be there. I know you dropped off. You can't.
Shout out to the
I'm
homie.
gonna let everybody know what's been going on with me, and I'm gonna tell the truth about everything and keep
We'll
it
see.
moving.
We'll
Said in
see.
10 minutes?
All
Huh?
right, man.
Said
Yep.
10 minutes?
Yep.
You sure you straight though? You sure you straight, man?
We're gonna find out. Pull up and find out.
All right. I'm just making
All right.
sure.
Let
Just
that
making
man
sure.
cook.
I'll
But
pull up.
but
All
Gary,
right. Y'all,
I hear
thanks.
you saying, Gary. Let's just say, Gary, which I don't agree with you. Let's just say everything you're saying is true, Gary. So now we're grown men. We're the responsible ones up here. We just agreed to that. What's your solutions, Gary? How you gonna if we say, hey, look, these reparations about to come, Gary? How would you export your thought and democratize your thought and stop that from happening?
I wouldn't stop it. If they were going to do reparations, I'd do it like this. It's just for education, and that's it.
No,
Because
no, 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 no,
no. Hold on.
That's not
Let me
reparations,
finish.
is,
Let me
man.
finish. You can't tell me.
I
No.
got
I haven't
education
even
already.
finished
What
yet.
you mean?
Well,
I
I
want
thought
to
you were
finish.
done. You said education, and that's it.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
it.
you were done. Sorry. Go
Because
ahead.
from your educated, you use the resources that is in front of you. A lot of people are in their situations because they don't even know how to use the resources in front of them. That's all. Education is the key to everything.
How does
We
that help
knew
pay
that.
the
Hold on, let me
bills
finish.
tomorrow? I don't
Let
get
me
it.
finish. Let me finish. We knew that in the 70s because in the 70s, as much as the small had doctors, lawyers, and dentists, we had black of that. So I don't know why in the last 50 years we don't anymore.
So you sat up here and said all black people gonna buy watermelon and Cadillacs if they get
When did I
reparations,
say
and that
that?
your solution is education. What you talking about?
That's it.
But
Because
look,
the
no. To your
problem
point, you
is,
just said the
okay,
internet is here and they're not using it. So the education is here too. The opportunity to get education and quote unquote they're not using that. So why would your answer be education? Why would you make that a plausible solution?
because I know with education alone you can lift yourself up.
Bro, if
You
they
don't need
wanted
any.
that, they would
No,
get
no, no.
that. What are you
But
talking
you
about? It's
have to
available
be.
now.
But you're forgetting something. You can't make people do something they don't want to do.
So what would make you
Right?
think those people with
you
now who don't
can.
have money would
You
then do
can't
it?
give
What would
these
make you
people
think that would
money
be a plausible solution?
because you already know what's going to happen with the money.
So
When
what
we
I'm trying
can,
to
when
illustrate
hold
is
on, let me
that
finish that, little
niggas will
brother.
sit here and talk and don't have no plausible solutions.
Let me
We
finish,
can
little brother.
identify
Let me
the
finish
problem,
1
but what's the
second.
solution?
I'm telling you the solution of education. When we have the majority of our young people that are in junior high and high school reading at a grade 2 level, education is the thing that's missing. Don't you understand
Okay,
that? We
you know,
don't
okay.
take the most serious thing that lifts 90% of people out of poverty, education, serious.
So you saying the people that you call pookies don't have access to free education right now?
But they have access.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Do they have
Of
access to
course
free
they have
education?
access, but they don't
Okay,
want to
so
use it.
what
So
would
you
make you
can't.
think if you gave each of them $100,000 that then they
I
would
wouldn't
want to go
give
and get
them
that
it.
education that they didn't want for free before?
That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't give it to them
Okay,
because I
so
know what
Gary,
they're going to do
can we
with it.
can we can we go into this a little bit deeper? Okay, you said so education is a problem. Why is that a problem? You're just
Because
talking
the
about
majority
specifically.
of our people, okay, you asked me the problem. I can tell you, the majority of our people can't even articulate properly. That's
Well,
the
why can't they
problem
do that?
because they don't get educated.
So why is there an education problem, specifically as it relates to Black people?
You want the truth? Single
Yeah.
motherhood.
Okay, there you go. See, and
All
that's
right.
so one of the things.
Okay,
One of the things I
guys,
said when I first came up, I said family building, economic
guys,
investment.
guys. Time to end the show. Time to end the show. Jay Prince is going live soon. He said what he said in a very serious tone. It's kind of hard to stay focused on this conversation. It really is. Make sure you guys tune in, hear what he got to say. Make sure you show him your support. Because it's been a tough conversation, but we always going to have the conversation. And listen, the goal is to continue to move the conversation forward, right? But I ain't gonna lie. After Jay Prince said what he said, I did tuned out because we gotta see what's going on. Hopefully everything is all right. Because you don't often hear him in such a certain type of tone, right? So I don't know the seriousness of what's going on or whatnot, but whatever this conversation is, it don't need to continue. So I appreciate y'all for tuning in. I hope you guys had a good time. I hope you continue to push the conversation. I hope you continue to challenge yourselves, mentally challenge your biases. Don't just accept anything at face value. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys as always. We'll see you on the next show. Make sure you guys tune in, support Jay Prince. I appreciate you guys. We're going to get up out of here.